Hi, we are live on YouTube, and here we go. Now we start with Miss Sienna, who will be introducing the event of the day, including the speaker of the day. Let me spotlight her. Yes, Sienna, hi.
Hi, good morning,
Over to you.
everyone. And hello to our speaker for today, Mr. Mujib Ahmed, who's present here with us. Thank you all for joining in. I will now introduce him. Mr. Mujib Ahmed, welcome. Mujib is a former senior software engineer and is a radical facilitator and mentor. His eagerness to understand the link between mind, body, and spirit encouraged him to learn several alternative modalities like Reiki, hypnotherapy, regression, and inner child therapy, NLP, and breathwork. He is the founder of Roots and Bright and uses this platform to help people bridge the gap between the unconscious and subconscious minds. Today, Mujib will be sharing with us his insights on emotional well-being of children using psychological-based spiritual insights, which will help us in building a strong foundation for our children to cope with real-world challenges. Over to you, Mujib.
Thank you, Sienna, and welcome all. It's a Sunday morning. It's a cozy morning, actually. I think it's quite chilly in Delhi and all. I was reading the news. So I can see many familiar faces and joining from different parts of the world. So thank you so much for taking your time out and joining with us. We have 1 hour, so we will, let me quickly take you through what we are going to cover today. This session is about well-being of your children. It works in 2 ways. One is you'll be in a better space with your children. Second is, when we say children, we are all children in a grown-up body, because our behavior, our life, everything is driven by what we have observed, what we have picked, how we have been brought up as children. So we call it as an inner child. So through the session, you'll get an opportunity to connect back to your inner child, which will help you have a better relationship with your parents. And when you work on your relationship with your children or your parents, in a way you are working out your relationship with yourself. What we're going to do is, I'll give you some concepts, and then I'll walk you through a quick guided meditation. I'm sure this session recording will be there on YouTube, so you can use, I'll give you that guided meditation, which you can refer. I'll show you how to address the inner child, which you can use later to work on various inner children you have. Okay, all good. So I want you to quickly type in, get familiar with the chat box. We will have a Q&A session at the end. I'm hoping that we'll be left with some time to attend to your questions. So what you can do is get familiar with the chat box by typing in. I want to understand how many of you are between the age of 1 and 10. If you are between the age of 1 and 10, just type 1. If there are any children, And if you are in the age bracket of 10 to 20, type 2. 20 to 30, type 3. 30 to 40, you can type 4. Okay, interesting. If you are in the age bracket of 40 to 50, you can type 5. 50 to 60, you can type 6. It will help me understand and how to take the session forward. Okay, that's great. And if you are 60 to 70, you can type 7 and onwards, 8 and 9. Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for your response. All right, so we'll begin with one concept, which is the important concept. If you look around, that's how the children are facing the sense of competition today. Whether it's studies or sports, everywhere you look around, there is a sense of competition. This concept will help you, as well as help you guide your children to come to a point where they can have a healthy competition with themselves, because the competition is going to be there. It's the reality of the world. Why it's the reality? Because that's how we have been growing for hundreds and hundreds of years. We look around and it's like a benchmark. When we say competition, what happens is you look around people, you create a benchmark for yourself, and then you come up with a goal, a target. So it gives you that reference. But the challenge, if you have heard of an athlete who broke a record of 100 meters in certain seconds. Until that, nobody has broken that record. But the moment he broke the record, next year, few other people also did the same. Because when we see people doing certain thing, it gives us a belief that we can also do that. It gives us that reference point, and we believe in it and we create it. So competition is important, but there are some challenges with the competition. And this concept will help you overcome that. The challenge of competition is when you compete with somebody, you're comparing yourself. And when you compare yourself with somebody, there are certain things. You may feel good about yourself when the other person you're comparing is not doing great. But when they are doing pretty awesome, and if you feel that you cannot reach that point, you start feeling low about yourself. You cannot even perform at your peak potential when you feel low about yourself, not good enough about yourself. So where does this competition start? See, usually we see that in schools. As many children come together in a school, they start looking around and it starts. But it starts much earlier than the school. It starts at home. If you have siblings, you're already in a mode of competition. And what are you competing towards? You're competing towards the love of your parents, the attention of your parents. There is a concept in psychology called ordination, which explains about how your behavior will be if you're born in certain, what's your number of birth, and based on that, it has a significance. For example, it's a generic thing. It's a general concept, may not be applicable for everything and everybody, but it's important. Something like if you are the first child, so all the experiments are done on you because the parents are new. And the first children, the first child is also not in all cases, but it's kind of favorite child because that's the first step of parenthood. So they are connecting that bond, they're feeling that love. And the moment second one born takes birth, usually the second one would be in some characteristics opposite to the first one. If the first one is usually compliant towards the parent. As soon as the second one comes in, they become rebellious. Why would they become rebellious? Because what they seek is the attention and love of parents. If there is already one person who has filled that position of being a compliant and good boy, good girl, and so the way the second one seeks attention is being a little rebellious. And in that way, there are third and fourth position, and there are certain characteristics of them as well. Like the third one is usually good with the peers. So fourth one grows on its own. Just looking at the elders, there is a system in place already by the time the third and the fourth comes. So they build their own characteristics. Now, why I brought this up is the sense of competition starts from here. Seeking the love and attention of the parents. And in some cases, where there is a single child, they compete, it becomes like spouse and the child. There is a triangle where the attention, where the child and one partner, one parent seeks the attention of the other. So there is also a factor of attention and love. The sense of competition begins from here. As I brought up, competition can help us in many ways. It will give us a reference point. It will give us certain things which we don't believe we can do. If we see somebody doing it, it brings up that belief that we can also do it and progress it. And now, how can this is what the things I'm talking about are still around healthy competition. But there are points where people feel extremely stressed because of competition. They quit. It has gone to the stages where people even commit suicide in worst cases, where they feel that they're not able to cope up with the pressure of competition. There are so many children who prepare for IITs and IIMs and whatnot. They feel they go through. So I recently read a news where some boy has committed suicide because he couldn't tolerate the pressure. Now, just imagine if you are living in a village where there are only one person who's going to the school in some other place. So this boy would never feel that kind of pressure to compete with anybody because he is already in a better space, boy or a girl. When you're competing for a seat, when you're competing for a job, when you're competing for something which is like scarce, it's where you have one seat and 100 aspirants, then the stress increases. It depends upon. So basically, this sense of competition in extreme cases can be generated out of lack. If you have any questions, you can type in between. We will take them up as we go through. So now the sense of competition is directly proportional to what is available. So if there are less number of seats and more number of people are competing towards it, there is more stress. And how can you, and this is the reality of present world. You cannot say that I will not study or I will not do certain things because you are unconsciously in a mode of competition. We keep it calling rat race, but we are already there. You have to study, you want to get into a good college, there are already people who are studying throughout the night. But how can you do better in the existing system? Now, competition can be out of lack and it can also be out of a different consciousness, which is of consciousness of abundance, believing that there is enough for everybody. Everybody will get an opportunity. Everybody will have something. But at the same time, you also need to improve yourself. Just imagine why the sense of competition is given to humanity. So that they keep striving, they keep learning, they keep growing, they keep moving on. You are in first standard, you're learning alphabets. You're in second, you're learning sentences. You're in third, you are progressing. You're not stuck anywhere. You're learning new things. So one thing is we will keep, we need to keep this fire of learning growing and evolving on all the time. How can you do it? You can do it with an awareness that I have learned this. So how can I make myself better next year? I have this skill, I have acquired this. How can I do something better? If you are an actor, I have performed certain role. How can I show my skills in another role? How can I do it better? How can I speak? How can I act? If you're an artist, if you're painting, you can ask yourself, how can I use more colors? How can I? So it is the constant way of growing. It's like enhancement. You have certain thing where you're improving. At the same time, you're saying that you have certain skills. What happens in competition? You say, I don't have this, or I want to have, which I don't have, and you focus on getting that. But here, what you're doing is, I have this. Conscious of abundance is, I have this. I am enjoying this. I'm happy with this. Can I do something better? Can I improve on this? Can I enhance this? So you're not looking around, yet you're growing, you're focusing. And as children, if you have gone through a strong sense of competition with your siblings, usually that get cascaded to your children. Because you're already in that mode of competition where you are comparing your children with others. This is a very common thing. Some people do it out of ignorance of their incompletions. And some do it to encourage their children. When we say, see that that friend of you is scoring so much. So some people do it, some parents do it to inspire their children to do better. What you can do is, first you start recognizing the uniqueness in your children. That's when you'll be able to break this stress of competition. Every child is unique. Your child is unique. He or she has certain gifts, certain talents. You just need to step back from being a parent for a moment and observe your child. What is unique about your child? If you keep comparing, you'll never be able to realize how unique is your child. And if you cannot recognize that uniqueness, you'll not be able to help your child to recognize that uniqueness in them. Because your children are looking up to you. If you start acknowledging their uniqueness, they will start connecting to that uniqueness strongly. I see a majority of women on this group. So if I can give you an example of, I don't know if women like to cook or not, but they usually love to cook for their children because that is innate. That's an innate desire to nourish their children, nurture their children. Now, if you're cooking food, you can go in two ways. You can look at something your neighbor has cooked or some article online where they are sharing a recipe, and you can start comparing yourself with them, saying, how is your food? It doesn't look better than that. It doesn't taste better than the food your neighbor has cooked. Here you're comparing. You can do that. But if you start, and the moment we start comparing, it doesn't come, it's not isolated. The moment you say your neighbor is cooking better than you, you're not, you have already gone beyond that comparison between the foods. You already started comparing them with some inner child of you, saying that your neighbor is better than you. And it brings up all the memories where your parents said that, see, your brother is better than you, your sister is better than you, your cousin is better than you, or your friend is better than you. So all those things come up and you start feeling not so good about cooking. Food is just an excuse. So it is connecting to that part of you which is not feeling good enough. So the other way to go around it is, you say, I've cooked this food. Can I make it better next time? Now you are in a different zone. Can I try something new? If you are in this zone, if a neighbor makes a good food, you will cherish it, you will enjoy it. You will probably ask them how did they make it so that you can also make it. You're in a learning zone. You're in experiencing life in a different zone. Is it making sense? And the same applies to your children. Just focus on what best thing they have. And help them be better with that. If they are scoring 10 marks out of 100, ask them if they can score 12. Can you help them to score 15? Because every child is, everybody come up with certain potential. You cannot just say that if that child has the potential to score a certain thing, you will make them the best scientist in the world. That is a possibility, but not always. What you can do is, when you approach from this, saying that, can you do it better? You're at least making sure that they are reaching the potential, maximum potential they have at that point of time. Because they start feeling lighter. The moment they start feeling lighter, they'll do the best they can do at that point of time. One statement, radical statement, which is a simple statement which you can use, is, I recognize the uniqueness in my child. You can apply the same statement for yourself, where you can say, I recognize the uniqueness in me. Okay. So this is one concept. And I told you the general things. One byproduct of extreme competition is jealousy. Because at certain point, when you are competing, when you are comparing, and when you see that you cannot reach that point, invariably jealousy come up. So you're lost touch with your uniqueness. Now you're worried about, you are jealous about others. And if you are in a good position and you have lost touch with your uniqueness, you start inviting jealousy from others. I get to hear with so many of my clients that they are afraid to open up because they feel that somebody would get jealous of them. And they live a subdued life because of this fear of being jealous. You stay in touch with your uniqueness. The moment you stay in touch with your uniqueness, you stop comparing yourself with others. And when you do that, you will stop inviting people in your space who are comparing themselves with you, or at least they won't compare. If they can, they may compare themselves with others, but at least they won't compare themselves with you because you are not reflecting that energy. And when somebody is not comparing, there is no point of jealousy. It's like a soccer player and a a soccer player and a cricket player. They may be very good in their fields, but they don't need to compare themselves. So stay in touch with your uniqueness. You will overcome the need for all these jealousy and betrayals and whatnot is involved with that. Okay, let's move on to the next concept. How many of you watch movies? Raise your hand if you can. Let's see. Okay. And what happens? Thanks, Arti. Thank you so much. Raise your hand. Let me know that you are with me. We are together going on. You're getting what I'm trying to share. Thank you, Purba, Dani. So when you watch movie, thank you, Sophie, Ithal, appreciate it. So what happens when you watch a movie? Invariably, you start connecting to the characters. You start feeling, if it's a good movie, thank you, Samina. If it's a good movie, you start connecting to the characters. And most of the time, what do you connect? Do you connect with a hero or heroine? Or do you connect with somebody standing in the corner, in the audience? It's obvious, right? You connect to the hero of the story because you are the hero of your life. Why do we get attracted to a hero or a heroine or the main character of that movie? Can somebody type in? Why do you generally get attracted or feel that you are that? Because millions of people are watching the same movie and everybody is feeling that they are the prime character in the movie. That's how you can relate to it. That's how you can connect to it. Because there is one important aspect of every hero, heroine, or a main character. They are leading. That's why we call them leading characters. Now tell me, how many of you would want your children to follow our lead? If you want your children to follow, type 2. If you want your children to lead, type 1, let's say. If you want your children to lead, type 1. And if you want your children to follow, type 2. Interesting, huh? I hardly see two. I don't see two, not even hardly. All right. So what is that one quality needed to be a good leader? You can type it. What is that one quality needed to be a leader? There are several qualities. Integrity, thank you. Being humble, thank you, Ambika. Confident, being confident, thank you, Nilo. Take everyone together, awesome, thank you, Shikha. Integrity, faith in yourself, good, demonstrative, consistency, beautiful, decision-taking ability, uniqueness, amazing, motivation, sincerity, leadership, charisma, authenticity, wow, beautiful. Being rational, yeah. Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. So what we are going to do now is touch upon that one quality which is needed. As you see, there are so many qualities which make up a leader. One important quality is, if you want to lead somebody, you need to have vision, right? Because if you have a vision, then you can lead somebody in a certain direction. If you are not sure where you're going, it's difficult to lead others. Or you can lead into a pit. Definitely you can lead, but you can lead them somewhere else. If you want to lead them in a direction which you believe in, there has to be a vision. That's why we call people as visionaries. The important leaders of the world, or somebody who's running a company, or somebody who's directing a movie, or somebody, so they are all directing people towards they are taking people towards a direction. For that, important is having visions. And having visions is closely connected to being imaginative. It's not daydreaming. Because just imagine, you are into a project. You're leading towards creating a beautiful product. Now, whatever new innovations have come up, it's not there. You're leading people, but you're not yet there. So what fills the gap is the visions of the leader, to take them to something which is still not there. And what helps them is their ability to visualize, their ability to imagine. When you have young children, so many times we do that. When they are being imaginative, we say, don't dream, look at the reality. This is a gift. That imagination is a gift which you can cultivate in children. I'll take you to the point where I'm saying there is a difference between daydreaming and imagination. Both work at the mind level, both work in the same way. But how you apply makes a difference. So many inventions, even the invention of rocket was inspired by some novel by somebody. It's the imagination which made us reach to the moon. Somebody has to think that that is a possibility. Otherwise, nobody is like, sit down and say, I'll make a rocket and go to moon. Science backs it up. Facts backs it up. Data supports it. But that imagination, visualization helps. That's like an intention. Now, if your children are young, help them to visualize. I'll come to the point where how it helps you in the metaphysical world as well. But right now, on the ground reality, just imagine your child came running to you. And this is a quality which is like very important when you are between the age of within 8 or 10 years. You can be imaginative at 90 also, that's natural to humans, but the senses are strong when you are young. How you can help your children being imaginative, that dreamer when they are young, and yet ground them is by, before I tell this, how many of you want your children to be clever than you or better than you? Raise your hand, let's see. Do you want your children to be as good as you are, or do you want them to be better? Better. It's a natural instinct that our future progeny, we want it to be better, advance. So if your child comes to you and asks a question, don't give an answer. If you answer your child, you are limiting their knowledge to the knowledge you have. But ask a counter question, which will help them expand their imagination, not limit their imagination to the knowledge you have. For example, just think, you're there, and it's when your children are young, they come up this common imagination that like I'll take you for shopping. I'll buy you this thing. It's a natural thing kids follow. So if your kid comes running to you and say, I'll buy you something, rather than saying yes or no, you ask them a counter question. Ask them, how do you take me to the shop? You'll be amazed when the children are young, they don't stop. They will come up with some answer. They will never say, no, I don't know. They will come up with, they will cook something up. So they may say, I'll drive you to that shop. And ask them, do you know how to drive? They will explain all the driving to you. I'd ask them, how will you park the car? Or ask them. So these questions will help them open up, expand their thought process. And when their visions are strong, and you're not just daydreaming, you're asking them some practical questions as well, but open-ended questions, where there is a scope for them to visualize, imagine, create that scene in their mind. And as I said, it is strongly connected to the metaphysical world as well. Because what we say, your subconscious mind is a place from where you can manifest this life, the things you want in life. You can refer to 1,000 books with a lot of data which prove time and again about this beautiful machine inside you, the subconscious mind, which can help you manifest beautiful things in your life, beautiful relationships in your life. Because when you are visualizing, you are affirming, you are creating that your subconscious mind is like that soil, where whatever seed you put, it will grow. So when you visualize good things, you create them in your reality. Dani is saying, I don't have children, but I want the future generation to be better and myself to be better. And that's wonderful. See, we're talking about children here, but the same energy goes for your projects. The same energy goes towards your business. The same energy, because they are your children. So how you feel towards children, you feel towards a lot of things in the world, the energy wise. So being better in your space is when you start healing these inner children, you start feeling better, you start feeling whole and complete. Then you align to your life purpose. Then you feel better about yourself. You will be in a better space than you are now. I'll take you to that guided meditation. We have 20 minutes. I think 10, 15 minutes are good enough for the meditation. So that meditation you can keep using, and that will help you stay that will help you address those inner children who are angry, who are sad, who are grieving, because that's what is getting reflected. So see, many times you yell at your children, you scream at your children, and all of a sudden you will realize that what did you do? Maybe when you step out of that situation, you wonder what got into you to behave in a certain way. That is your inner child. What is imprinted on you as a child, you're behaving in the same way towards your children. Many of my clients say, I was averse towards how my parents brought me up. And you'll wonder what they say next. They say, I never wanted to be my parent, but now when I'm parenting, it looks like I am parenting in the same way. These parental incompletions go through generations and generations, okay? If you are here in this space, you have an opportunity to break that. Okay? All right. Let's go through this meditation. I had one more concept. It's a little big, but I'll quickly try to touch upon it, not go in depth. Now, this is about the importance of attachment. You can look into it, dig into it more, because this is very, very, very crucial thing. If you understand this concept, lot of things in your life are going to be smooth. Okay? This is called attachment. So attachment is something which is very much necessary for all of us. This is the energy, like you have a gynecologist delivering hundreds of babies in a year. With all the care, all the love, she or he delivers the babies. But when you are a parent, when you're holding the newborn baby, what you feel is different than what the doctor is feeling towards the baby. The difference is the attachment, what you have towards that child, because it's your own, it's your essence. We usually speak about being detached, but that's not easy. Detachment out of awareness is different. And being indifferent is another thing. So if you want to be detached, that comes from an understanding that you are everything. You are the extension of everything, and everything is the extension of you. But till that time, attachment is going to be there in your life. We usually refer attachment to clinginess, and there are several perceptions that I don't want to get attached. I want unconditional space. All these things are from the beliefs that attachment restricts you, binds you. As I told about the computation, it's difficult to run away from the computation. Same applies. It is difficult to run away from the attachment. What you can do is you can improve the health of your attachment. Because everybody is attached to something or the other in life. You think of some saints or monks who have gone beyond the body. They could also be attached to the concept of God or enlightenment. So attachment is there. You could be attached to your pet. You could be attached to your gadgets. You could be attached to a loved one. You could be attached to your children. Attachment is the essence. How can you improve the health of attachment? So, and there are certain concepts again in the psychology which talks about how your childhood experiences frame your sense of attachment. If as a child, your mother, your father attended to you, they were always there when you needed them, that creates a foundation of secure attachment. Secure attachment is something that you feel secured inside. When we call people are secured, emotionally secured, it's that blueprint which has got created as children, which is saying that there will be somebody when I need them. Okay. And this, when you are in this zone, you don't cling on to people. You don't cling on to anything because you are sure that whenever you need, you will have them. That's the beautiful place to be in. If you are not in this zone, you probably need to work a little to come to that zone, because there are several incidents from childhood which has brought you to this point. Second is people who get attached in an anxious way. These are the people where the parents were not around when they needed them. This happens with many, where they are working, where they are parents are working, where there is absence for hours and hours. This creates an anxiety in children, which keeps growing as they grow up. Which is like, I'm not sure if there is somebody for me. And this is these are the people who get clingy because there is a fear of losing people. If you fall into any zone, there is nothing to worry about. There is nothing bad about it. It's just the experience you have got as children, and that can be attended, that can be reversed with awareness. You can go back, connect to those inner children, heal them, and tell them that you are secured now. You can take care of yourself, and it's a process that will happen. There are several programs in radical free programs. So you can make use of them. You can get in touch with Atman or the CNI is here. By the way, just let me take a moment to thank all the staff and Atman for creating this beautiful platform where we are able to share this with whatever simple knowledge we have. It's an opportunity to share that with you. So thank you so much. Sthena, Atman, Deepa, and many more. Swagat, who supported Sarthak, Uma. I can keep counting. Shazia, thank you so much for your wonderful work. Renu, Arti, the list goes on, because there are a lot of volunteers who have worked day in, day out to create this platform. Okay, so let me thank you, Atman. Thank you. Thank you for being that visionary to create this platform. Because of your visions, this has come up. We appreciate that.
It's like the child who makes parents, or my parents make children. The follows.
Thank you. It's quite deep if you ponder upon it later.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Quickly, I'm sorry. I think I'm taking more time. We have a session at 9 as well, right? So I'll take.
You have time, and it's my session.
Oh, okay. I'll take 2 minutes to complete this concept and quickly take them through a guided meditation.
Please, this is more important than adult session because children are nation's assets. So if anything that we can do for children, that would be amazing. Please carry on. Little
Beautiful.
more, no problem. If you have a content and if you have something planned, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay. So, as I was saying, that anxiety, it gets created in you that you're going to lose parents is coming from your childhood. You can attend to that. You can address that child which didn't have somebody to support in need of time. Third is you come across these people who are quite confused about their feelings. They want somebody in life. They want that love, attention, and they don't want to be attached. They are very loving one moment and extremely angry the other moment. This is also not their fault. This is a child which has experienced parents where the source of love and anger has come from the same source. If you have felt extreme love from father and at some point the same father is extremely angry, you get confused about your own feelings. You don't know how to react. You feel loved, you feel threatened. So that's the people who are confused about their own feelings. You can go back to your childhood, find a balance between that anger and love, and come to a point. In this meditation, I'll take you to that process where you can recognize, because what parents have done to you is nothing but their inner child, which was incomplete from their parents. Now, if you look at yourself being a parent, there are so many moments where you regret which you have done towards your children. It's a chain, it's a cycle. You have an inner child, you have a parent, you are an inner child and a parent. And these incompletions you can break by being little compassionate towards your inner child, as well as extending that compassion towards your parents. Because what they did, you will only understand when you become a parent, because judging is easy, but when you become a parent, you'll understand how tough it is. Last is, we call it ambivalent, which is if, as a child, imagine you are angry and there was no scope to express that anger, or you were being punished for being that. Then you start suppressing that expression because you feel if you express something, you will be punished. That is not a right thing to do. And that makes you kind of indifferent towards your own feelings. Though you have the feelings, you kind of suppress them. I'll bring up one point and I'll close with this. One is, see, children, when they are young, more than anything in the world, they long for that love and attachment from parents. And they can do anything for that. For example, if you are angry as a child, and that made you feel rejected by your father or mother, saying that it is not the right thing to do, you will learn to suppress that anger because you are seeking that love. And if you want to choose between that love and your own feelings of being angry, you will 9 out of 10 times you will choose to suppress your anger. In that way, there are many things which we suppress. That is being true to ourselves, true to our feelings. And when you suppress anger, there are many studies which support this. When you suppress anger, your immunity goes down. It leads to many autoimmune diseases. So allow your children to express themselves. There are better ways for you to handle their emotions. But the moment you shut them down, they start shutting down because they don't want to lose you. Okay. All right. Let's take a minute quickly and then we'll get on with the meditation. Okay. If you want to grab water, you can grab water. We'll start in a minute. All right. Okay, I want you to quickly close your eyes. Before we start the meditation, I want you to recognize one inner child which you want to address. For example, take that inner child, one inner child who's probably angry with mother or father, or who's sad, who's grieving. One child, one inner child. How can you recognize? Close your eyes and say, I recognize my inner child. I recognize my inner child. Or you can start by recognizing your parents. For now, you pick either mother or father. Later, you can apply the same method and do it, okay? So, think of your mother or father you want to improve your relationship with. Close your eyes and just repeat, I recognize you several times. At least 7 times, I recognize you. I recognize you. I recognize you. I recognize you. And ask your subconscious mind to connect to that aspect of you, which is either angry, sad, resenting towards your father or mother. If there is no such personality coming up, it's absolutely fine. But if it is coming up, just recognize the age of the child. You can pick a number. Maybe you were extremely angry on your mother when you were 8 years old, 15 years old, whatever age comes to you, it's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine if you are grown up and you were extremely angry yesterday also. That also creates an inner child. Now let's go through the meditation. Imagine yourself sitting. Take all your awareness, attention to your physical body around your nostrils. Take a deep breath in. Breathe in through your nose. Hold it for a couple of seconds and slowly breathe out. And when you breathe out, observe each and every cell in your body is getting into a deeper and deeper state of relaxation. This time is for yourself. Nobody wants anything. Nobody needs anything. So just allow yourself to relax. Now visualize slowly your energy body moving out of your physical body and slowly moving towards a lift lobby. Stand in front of the lift. Visualize you being on the 5th floor. Press the button. Visualize the lift door opening up. Walk into the lift. It's a very cozy place. Very airy, very comfortable. You feel extreme comfort in the lift. Press 0. This lift will take you into the depths of your subconscious mind. Slowly observe this lift moving down. And with each floor, you get into a deeper and deeper state of relaxation. 4, 3, lift is on the 3rd floor, helping you to get into a deeper state of relaxation. 2, 1, and 0. Visualize the door opening up, and it opens into a hallway. Which has rooms on both the left and the right side. Slowly start walking through this hallway. All these rooms hold different kinds of memories. You can see different nameplates on the doors of these rooms. You keep walking, and on the right side, you'll find a door which holds all the memories you have built with your parents. Slowly open the door and walk into a very cozy, comfortable room. You are in charge of this room. Nobody can enter this room without your permission. Slowly walk into this room and visualize a big room which has furniture as per your liking. You feel extremely comfortable, happy to visit this room. Slowly start walking, and you will find a small platform, a circular platform at the center of this room. And observe, chairs are put in a circular manner around this platform. Take your position on one of the chairs. And invite the supportive energies. You can call them masters, you can call them angels, you can call them guides. These are the fragments of your energy which are helping you, which are guiding you. Invite them to occupy the seats in this circle. And as they take their position, invite that inner child which came up when you recognize your parents. This could be an extremely angry child, a sad child, or the child which felt unloved. Let it show up on the platform. Tell this child that you are safe. You're perfectly all right in this space. Recognize this child on the platform. I recognize you. I recognize you. I recognize you. Allow this child to express what it truly feels. Let it feel sad if it is feeling sad. Let it be angry if it is feeling angry. And when you recognize the child, call that parent. Both the parents are the parent because of which this child is feeling extremely sad or angry or unloved. Tell the child there is no need to be afraid, sad, as the parent shows up. Allow the child to express whatever it wants to express to the parent. And when the child is expressing its true feelings to the parent, invite that inner child of the parent which made the parent behave in a certain way. And allow it to join the parent and your inner child on the platform. Now allow your inner child to recognize the inner child of your parent, because of which you felt sad or angry. You can support along with this circle of higher beings by saying the statement, I recognize this inner child. I recognize my parents' inner child. I recognize my parents' inner child. You can use a set of radical statements which will help you truly see the inner child of the parent, your parent, which made you feel angry or sad. I see this inner child. I feel this inner child. I acknowledge this inner child. I love and accept this inner child. I honor this inner child. There is a brilliance in this inner child. I am this inner child, and this inner child is me. See yourself being supported by the transmission of energy from the beings sitting in the circle, the higher beings, your angels, your masters. The energy is supporting you. See a beam of light going into these inner children, which will help the inner child of your parent to integrate in your parent. And as it happens, you'll find it easy to forgive your parent or parents, because you see that all that they have done is out of ignorance, out of their incompletions. As this awareness sets in, observe your inner child slowly coming towards you. Allow it to come closer to you. Hold its hands. Slowly touch his heads, touch his head, its shoulders. Caress with love and say, I recognize you. It's all right to express your true feelings. It's all right to be sad. It's all right to be angry. I'm here to take care of you. And allow this inner child of you to slowly integrate in you. Now extend your gratitude to all the beings, your parents in this room, and slowly start walking out of the room, feeling whole and complete, feeling much better than how you entered this room. This is a safe and sacred space which you can enter at any point of time to find a completion, to feel good about yourself. Slowly walk, open the door, close the door behind you, walk through the hallway, come towards the lift, press the number 5, see the door opening, walk into the lift. As the lift starts moving up, you will start feeling brighter, energized, positive, more whole and complete. Slowly lift coming up on the first floor, second, third, fourth, fifth floor. Slowly walk out of the lift, walk towards your physical body. Allow this energy being to integrate in you. As it integrates, you feel much more energized, rejuvenated, healthy, whole and complete. Take a deep breath in, move your fingers, move your toes, rub your palms, give that heat to your eyes. Slowly come back. Thank you. Thank you so much. Grab some water. I really appreciate this opportunity, and I'm sorry I'm 10 minutes overboard.
Thank you, Mujib. An hour wasn't enough. That was an amazing experience. We have so much to learn, unlearn, and your valuable insights have been very encouraging. And we hope to improve our relationship with our children, parents, and more importantly, ourselves. We have so much to take back from this session. Thank you once again. And thank you all for your active participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Shall we start with my session immediately, or shall we take a break, Sienna? It's 9:12.
I think we can take a 5-minute break, or should we just, because it wasn't.
I think it's, yeah, let's take 3 minutes break.
Okay, great.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're on Spotlight.
Welcome back again. Thanks, Atman. And for our next session, thank you for joining in. We have Atman Parmar. Just a little about her. Atman Parmar is a homeopath, hypnotherapist, spiritual leader, and author of The Radical Crystalline Mind and Hello, This is Money Speaking. She has helped many through her online and on-site courses, empowering them to know themselves better and honoring emotions. Easy and effortless and a lot of fun. That's what life and healing life's issues become. When Atman guides us with amazing, radical, the self-help management system that she is the founder of. And in today's stress-packed competitive environment, anxiety builds up and can make life miserable, difficult to cope. So I welcome Atman today to share her unique and easy to use self-help techniques for anxiety management. Over to you, Atman.
Thank you, Sienna. Thank you for this introduction. I can see a lot of people and familiar faces. It's a pleasure to know that you still want to learn after almost everything I've already taught. My journey begins with a normal young girl in a very disciplined family who expected high level of discipline, as Mujib described. The first child, the first child syndrome, where parents want the first child to be perfect. And the reason given to me all the time is, you need to behave yourself, otherwise your sisters will do what you do. So it's not for anybody else, but for my sisters and my cousins, and so many of them. I had to be a role model, so I had to be perfect in many, many ways. That created so much of stress. Of course, I don't blame them anymore now, but now when I look back, I can only smile and laugh. However, it was a little difficult situation to show up and be the perfect one or the good girl one. And, there's whenever there's a mismatch between who you are and what you're expected to be, sometimes you get into some sort of emotional disturbance. I didn't even know it was called anxiety. Today, I can look back and say, okay, every day in the morning, I had to, just wake up and think, what is it that I'm not supposed to be doing and I might end up doing? So how can I prevent myself from doing what I'm not supposed to be doing? Or what am I not supposed to be talking with the guests and relatives? And the list was endless. Yet it was a very comfortable and cozy childhood. But the seed for this emotions management probably came at that time, being the youngest child. I didn't have that kind of rapport to tell my parents that I'm feeling stressed. I remember telling my mom once that I'm stressed, and my mom poo-pooed the whole thing and it became a joke. I remember once telling my mom that I feel suicidal. I want to kill myself. I must be, 7 and 8? And my mom laughed and told the whole family, and they all made a joke out of it. And this is not the only family, right? All of us we have gone through this. And it does happen that we as adults, we don't understand children, and children start feeling anxious, and the pattern continues even when you grow. For me, it became opposite. There was so much of stress that eventually I kind of shook myself out of it, and I said, I cared damn. To an extent that people would watch me, having fun just before exams, or, even before the board exams. I would loiter around and people say, hey, what happened? Aren't you worried? Aren't you stressed? It's a board exams and all that stories. I would even go for a movie a day before and said, I don't really want to be there now. I will do what I feel like doing. And that's what changed the whole system for me. that was my way of coping up, but maybe it was more rebellious. There are better ways to do, and I'm sure all of you now know it. It starts with a breathing exercise and then a few statements, and of course, change in the lifestyle, as well as change in the way you perceive life. The ultimate healer for anxiety management is the raised consciousness, because all that you felt anxious about, you no longer feel so anxious now in retrospect, because you have evolved, you have grown, and now you wonder why, what was so great deal about it. Think back, go backward in time and imagine those days when you were in 10th standard, 12th standard, just before exams, how you panicked, if at all you panicked, and how you kind of stressed out yourself and the whole family because of your exams. Do you really find worth it? How many people have actually asked you how much percentage you got in 10th standard or 12th standard? Does that define you? Does that define your career? No, but at that time, it was fashionable to be anxious, worried, and full of stress. So anxiety also has become kind of a fashionable emotion, and a lot of us go through it pretty often. And we go through it for no reason at times, and at times for trivial stories. A guest arriving in the house, or you not being able to manage the time. Everything can be so stressful at times, and you don't even know how to perform without anxiety, because you believe that anxiety gives growth. Anyway, before I keep talking, I also wanted to know, why do you feel anxious? Quick question. Ask yourself, why do you, as an individual, don't generalize, as an individual, why do you feel anxious? If you can just write in comment, let's understand what are the individual reasons for anxiety. What triggers anxiety in you? Fear of judgment. Status. Interesting. How to correct past mistakes. Time management. Not being in control of self emotions. Now, for no reason, probably when things don't go with perfection. Rest of the people, I wonder whether they're not, lack of trust, that gives anxiety. Okay. Not sure when I'm unable to manage time. Yes. Perfection, fear of failure. What else? Making mistakes. Lack of confidence and time management. Gunjan says, not sure that when I get to what I want and it's a right choice to make or not. The decision making gives you anxiety. Lack of confidence in time management, overwhelmed with too many things. Feeling unwanted. Okay. All right. Overwhelmed, fine. Got the idea, got the gist of it. Waiting for the wait to end, feeling unsafe. Yeah. Okay. Fear and family pressure. All right. Good. Thank you. Thank you for sharing this. What is the one common thing that gives you anxiety? One commonest thing. Fear of the possibilities that you would like to avoid. What if this happens? That question is there. What if things happen the way I do not want it to happen? That's a main theme. Okay. So say, for example, you are getting anxious about time management. The fear is, what if I cannot manage on time? All right. If you're anxious about perfection, what if I make mistakes? if you're anxious about decision making, the fear is, what if I take a wrong decision? If you're anxious about success, what if I fail? And if you're anxious about past, what if my past affects my current moment or future? So what is common is, what if this happens? So anxiety is all about avoiding what can possibly happen. And if that is so simple, would it not be simple to embrace what possibilities or whichever possibilities you're trying to avoid? The more you embrace so-called adverse possibilities, lesser would be your anxiety. Isn't that so simple? At least theoretically or logically, if you found that, if you understood that, the main principle, no? Just raise your hand so I know, okay, fine, you've got it. No? Okay, Sophie got it? Okay. Only 2 people got it. Should I repeat again? I repeat? Okay. So let's take Shikha. Okay. Shikha, would you like to just come forward and let me, where are you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I put you in spotlight? Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let's take an example. What do you feel anxious about?
Now there are many things I feel anxious, like time, not able to complete the work at on the given time, or maybe perfection. The biggest thing is perfection.
What would happen if you're not perfect?
Then I myself will not like it, or somebody will say me something and things will not look good as I want them to look good. I will not get the appreciation. Yes.
Get the appreciation. What would happen if you don't get appreciation?
Then I'll feel deprived.
What would happen if you feel deprived?
What will happen if I feel deprived? I'll feel lack of being recognized.
Okay. What would happen if you go unrecognized?
I'll feel lost.
What would happen if you feel lost?
Okay. I'll feel that I'm nowhere. I'm nothing.
What would happen if you're nothing?
If I am nothing, I'll feel miserable, sad, so miserable.
What if you can just embrace and accept that nothing you, that nothing Shikha?
I can't. I want Shikha to be something.
You know, everything is possible from the point of view of nothingness.
Yeah, like now since I'm with you. So yeah, I know that. But still, this is my own ongoing thing.
Action is possible from nothingness.
Okay.
So nothingness is not a bad state to be in at all.
Yeah, but somehow I feel you think that ways, but 99% don't feel that ways. I'm sure here also people nodding their head, yes, 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 will also not feel that ways after the session is over.
Then worrying about 10 things that you feel anxious about. Okay. How about we work towards embracing and accepting that nothingness? It's very deep, but yet very profound. Most of us, we work towards shaking off the tree, you know. So peripheral thing won't work. But if you shake off the tree, rest of the peripheral things will get sorted out. Your core is fear of avoiding feeling nothing. And you work so hard. You put in so much of effort to avoid feeling nothing. But one fine day, if you can embrace and accept, it's okay if Shikha is nothing. And trust, you're not going to be there forever. It's just
Okay.
once accepting. We are so scared of accepting few things. Let me explain to you. Most people who are perpetually anxious, they are avoiding certain experiences. And the more they try and avoid certain experiences, the more they think of those experiences. So I'm sure, Shikha, after working so hard, doing your best, being perfect, multi-talented, multitasker, you still go back to a point where you feel nothing and not good enough.
It's very true. Very, very true.
Because your whole attempt is to avoid feeling nothing or not good enough.
Yeah.
And you need this nothingness and not good enough to evolve in life.
Okay. So feeling nothing, I know it's kind of positive and it's like negative feeling also.
Yeah.
So working on negative feeling is good.
Yeah. It's good. There's nothing like good and bad. It's just an
Yeah.
experience. And you need that experience at soul level for some reason. Maybe to remain humble, maybe to continue growing.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like that is ringing bell in my mind.
If you just have one canvas and you want to create, you have to clear the canvas and let that canvas be nothing.
Okay.
Because the canvas that is nothing can create so many possibilities. But canvas that has something has limitations.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Now think of yourself as nothing and see how it feels. Just imagine what happens to your body when you say, I'm nothing.
I'm flying in the universe.
How do you feel?
I'm feeling very light.
Awesome. Now imagine not being able to do things perfectly as others expect you to. One scenario. A daily routine, perhaps a cooking meal, which is not appreciated. How does it feel?
So now I am feeling like 50% of me is feeling that's okay if not, it's not happening the way it should be.
Mm-hmm. And the 50% of you, just tell that 50% Shikha who's stressed out, tell her it's okay to be nothing. It's okay. We'll create something out of this nothing with full joy and not out of anxiety.
So there is a current, a wave going inside my body. It started from the feet and it has reached up till my shoulders.
Mm-hmm. What is that 50% Shikha who's stressed out feeling like? Who was stressed out? Is she still very stressed? Who's still anxious?
No, not that much anxious.
Tell her it's okay to be nothing, because nothing can create many things. Just tell her, I love you, even if you're nothing.
So now I can see some elderly figure who I'm holding the hand, and I'm very happy, and I'm small, like maybe 6 or 7 years or 5 years, and I'm hopping around and I'm feeling very happy.
Hmm. Lovely. Let's go to the next day. Okay. Being nothing, now you cook for the family. There is no stress of performance, but it's because you're okay being nothing. You're okay even being not good enough, it's fine. That child who's exploring different ways to make the meal, not wanting to please anyone, but very pleased by doing what she's doing.
So I can feel that people around me are saying it's not good and this and that, but there is a kind of naughtiness, and I'm eating that food with a happiness and not bothering what they're saying. Rather, that is making me more laugh.
Let's see what happens after a week of this attitude. Cook being nothing, but look forward to various possibilities.
So I can see a very funny thing. I can see that everybody is shocked and surprised. We are scolding her, and she's not reacting back, and she's calm and she's smiling. Like they are like, what happened to her? Why she's not reacting badly? So I can see myself doing my things in a more organized way and doing it on time, though I don't want, but things are going as I wanted them to go earlier. So now I'm not stressed, and my things are going very fine and very clear, and I'm a different person.
watch yourself again in the kitchen. Feel that nothingness. And as you begin cooking, feel love for your family members. Open your heart and see what happens that day.
So I have cooked bad food because I don't know, I have not cooked good food. I myself is not liking it that much, but nobody is complaining. Everybody is having it, and well, they're not finding it bad also. It's not as per their taste, but then nobody's saying me anything.
Let's watch you after a week of practicing cooking, being nothing but full of love for people who might eat.
So they're eating that food, and a sense of relaxation, or maybe some sort of satisfaction is there in their mind. I'm not able to express. The food is not as per their taste, but still they are eating as if nothing. It's like it's good food, and they're feeling. Actually, different people are feeling different things. Like I can see somebody is feeling love out of it. It's a good food, and somebody is who keeps on criticizing is not saying anything. They're just eating, and they're busy in their routine and all.
How's Shikha?
Shikha is very happy, very relaxed.
That's what matters, right?
Yes.
Anyway, people who judged and criticized, they did it even when you were stressed.
Yes. True. So nice. So beautiful.
Was it liberating enough?
Yes, very much, very much.
Yeah. So to avoid one experience of life, we spend lifetime feeling anxious and worried because that experience in the past was terrible. Or you've been made to believe that it's terrible. Perhaps that experience your parents wanted to avoid. For example, failure is terrible. Okay, you've been told that it's terrible to fail. To avoid failure, you work so hard, you feel so anxious, you turn your life upside down, you even, spoil your health at times, you spoil your relationships with yourself, forget about others. What if we can embrace one fine day? This is what I learned right from childhood. Avoid nothing, embrace everything. Because when you avoid, you're focusing on the same, you're inviting the same. And in spite of working so hard, you again get the same. However, if you master the art of just embracing that one experience which you wanted to avoid by hook or crook, and if you just embrace it and say, it's okay. After all, it's not so bad. Protecting yourself from that experience which you didn't want to go through is so terrible, which we don't realize. And that would be a true remedy for your anxiety. Over to everyone. I know I'm going to raise a lot of questions because most people, when they feel anxious, they basically want to avoid few things. And that's why they want to be. And it's so difficult to even think of, to go through what you've been avoiding. Okay. And even imagine, forget about living life. You can't even imagine. However, let me tell you, the day you stop yourself and embrace the unavoidable, you're liberated. The life is free. It may appear terrible for a few seconds, few hours, a few days. And then you get used to. Nothing stops. You can look back in your life. Probably you've avoided and you went through. And when you went through, nothing really mattered. When you went through, you wonder, why the hell did I wait such a long time to avoid, to keep avoiding? What all have I put in? How much have I invested? How much I have felt stuck trying to avoid one thing? Because when you resist something, even you're stuck in life. So the discussion is open. Now, I'll give permission to unmute on your own. Yeah, you can unmute yourself. You can raise your hand and unmute and talk also. But if you want to type, it's fine. Are we releasing the expectations of self? Yes, being failure, full of love, is my soul's love. Yes, why not? Experience unavoidable things with love is soul's love. Yes. Go through.
Can I say?
Yeah, sure. Who's this? Sorry.
What example you took and
Uh-huh.
the way you explained,
Uh-huh.
it has become so much clear in my mind. The thought which was prevailing in my mind and troubling me, I'm out of it. Honestly, it's only embracing and accepting.
That's it.
That's it. Thank you so much, Atman. I'm so grateful to you. I I don't know. I couldn't get the answer myself. Thank you so much, dear. Thank you. God bless you.
So, in a nutshell, most of the time we feel anxious because we want to avoid a particular experience. And what you think you're avoiding is not really what you're avoiding. You're avoiding something else. So, as we spoke with Shikha, thank you so much, Shikha, for coming and sharing. You've been amazing.
Ma'am, all the pleasure is mine. Please don't say thank you to me. I am so thankful that you have chosen me. Thank you so very much.
So, like, for example, Shikha, for that matter, she thought she was avoiding this. Ultimately, she was avoiding being nothing. Okay. And being nothing is not at all bad. Trust, when you will be one, you'll be so liberated, because now you have no tags, no labels, no beliefs, nothing. Just be that nothing. And if you love and accept and embrace yourself being who you are, everybody around you will love you the way they are. Nowadays, I'm just going through this Insta reels, and the most loved and cherished reels are not from perfectionists. They're creating reels anywhere and everywhere, but they're just being themselves. They're not the millionaires and billionaires and trillionaires and shooting the reels in the posh localities. They're on the roads, they're on the streets, but they are genuine, they're authentic. They like what they do. You can see that glow, you can feel the joy and a pleasure. You see some of those videos and some of the channels getting so popular. Nothing. And from nowhere you would say that it's a piece of art or nothing. They're just being themselves. So be yourself. It's okay. Don't get into the rut of avoiding an experience. When you actually go through it, you realize it was nothing. Why did you wait such a long time? Why did you spend so much of energy in investments? Okay. As you were demonstrating with Shikha, I worked on my rejection and loneliness, lots of love and pranam. Yes, if you can. I personally did that. I mean, this, when I described about my childhood, from expectations of being Miss Perfect to being okay, not being perfect, and that was a journey. But trust, when it was okay not to be perfect, I was so much more functional. I could do so many things because I didn't have to wait to be perfect, to show to the world that, oh, I am Miss Flawless. I'm okay. I'm human. I make mistakes. However, I don't have to wait till the time I become perfect, because if I would have waited to be perfect, I wouldn't have done anything. I would have been paralyzed till now. That doesn't mean the perfection shouldn't come. Later, of course, it began with a rebel. Later, I started excelling and doing better and better, not because I was worried about who'll say what. I just wanted to be sensitive to people who like systems, who like perfection, who like to see things in a better way, keeping them in mind. I started doing better and better, and I started attracting people who helped me streamline, so-called closer to perfection. TNL's here who edits my content. Carol is here. They regularly find faults, quietly just pass on that look, that language, that spelling, that is incorrect. And I correct it. I don't want to play a rebel anymore that I care hoots. I do put it, not because I'm worried about people criticizing or judging. I do it because I'm concerned about people who may keep it aside thinking that this is not a very sincere attempt, or, this looks very frivolous. Or I know I've worked with few people who are perfectionists, and if there are flaws, they feel very destabilized from within and they can't get the essence right. So for them, for sure, I do go through several checks. I give free hand to people to correct, but I'm no longer stressed out. I'm no longer worried. What if things go wrong? What if things don't happen on time? What if people don't turn up? Nothing. Okay, we'll see what to do as and when it happens. And that was a point of liberation for me. And trust, all of you can feel that kind of liberation. The day you start embracing and accepting you the way you are, and all the possibilities that may come along. All right. So that's the main thing. Of course, there are plenty of soul's love and a lot of radical statements that can instantaneously bring the anxiety down. However, it's going to be temporary. You will again feel anxious and worried till the time you eventually learn to be who you are and be okay. Have courage to embrace yourself and embrace all possibilities in life. And I can tell you from my experience that once you go through it, the life takes a U-turn and you have it everything. Like, for example, you're avoiding loneliness and you fight tooth and nail to avoid loneliness. You remain in everyone's good books. You allow yourself to be exploited, overused. Okay, you allow yourself to be taken for granted. You please everyone and nobody cares to please you anyway. You share all that you have. You put in so much of effort, time, energy, money to maintain people in and around you so that you never feel lonely. And yet, that you're still lonely. You could be with people and you're still lonely. The day you say, okay, fine, let me just be by myself and let me embrace and accept. Because in any case, when I really need somebody, nobody is there. Everybody comes to me, uses me, and moves out. So getting worried about relationships, whether they'll work for me, they'll remain with me, they'll feel annoyed, they may reject. Oh, it's so stressful. How about just being okay about this loneliness? Spend few hours, few days, few months. Trust. It's so liberating. Once you spend a considerable time, just being by yourself, having nobody around. In fact, I proactively did that. I used to get fever with just one particular thought of possibility of being lonely. So when I came across my, a particular turn of life where I realized I have to be lonely and that there's nobody around and nobody for me, the first thing that I did is this one ashram in Gujarat, in Nadiad. I said, I've waited enough to make sure that I never feel lonely. Let me just embrace that. And I signed up, and normally there is a 2 years waiting list. And for some reason, I got admission in just 2 days. That particular ashram lets you get into a small little hut. There are huts, but self-contained huts, where all facilities are there. But the moment you enter, they lock you up from outside and do not open for 1 week. They only give you food, but in such a way that you can't even see who's given you the food. So the food supplied twice a day, and that's it. You're all alone. There are no windows. The opening happens in the sky, so you can see the sky, but no humans. There are no sounds, no noise, no entertainment allowed, no music, nothing. You just have to be by yourself. 7 days I spent in that hut and simply just embraced being on my own, alone. And that was so liberating. So take a proactive step in a very safe way to embrace all that you've been avoiding. How long will you work hard? How long will you continue being anxious? And how long you'll keep avoiding? Avoidance is more painful, more stressful than embracing. Embrace, move on, and you'll be amazed how later you attract beautiful opportunities. You don't have to be there. You don't have to get stuck there. You're stuck till the time you can't embrace. But once you embrace, you're no longer stuck. You can pass through that patch. And once you pass through that patch is over, because life is never constant. Avoidance of an experience keeps you stuck, gives you anxiety, gives you worry, gives you stress, gives you ill health, gives you so much of trauma and tension. Go through it, complete it. After all, you are here for experiences. Complete all experiences. And they're not going to remain same. Something else will come up. And it can be better than what it was ever. And it's up to you to make it better, right? Okay, so that's all from my side. I'm open to questions. So, yes, Gunjan. Unmute and speak.
I'm not visible. Just a second. Hi, ma'am. I had one question. So, it's been a recurring pattern with my work. like I either get laid off or there are chances that I eventually get fired. So like it gets very difficult, especially now that I have been with the company for long. I don't know like it'll happen or not happen, because I know that I'm getting recorded, and I shouldn't say the things which I shouldn't say. But all I want to ask is, I'm trying to like all this while I'm getting people who are saying that you are not enough, and you don't have A, B, C, which makes you right fit for the job. And that's the same thing which like I've been trying to avoid. And I mastered courage, and I am tired now. I genuinely am burnt out. So ma'am, how could you, I mean, usually able to apply the guidance you give, but how would you think in this particular situation? Please help me here. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Most welcome. What you could do is, एक minute, huh? So Kunjit, you're not the only one, right? There are millions of people who are working, and they always have a stress. What if I'm laid off? What if one fine day I go to my work and say, hey, we no longer need you? And people live with this perpetual anxiety, right? That's the biggest threat, and the beneficiaries are the employers. Okay. They don't let you be secure anyway. So let me tell you the games here. Okay. So if I have to, which I don't do it in my team, if I have to get the best out of my team members, I never make them feel secure, because I have a fear. I'm just saying as an employer, I don't do it. My team members are here and they know it. So as an employer, I never put the sword of fire, the pink slips, or, the threat of, firing people. No, I don't do it, because I know the flip side of it. But most people with old consciousness, when they want the best out of their children, their employees, from people around, friends around, spouse around, they'll make them feel not good enough. Because it's only, they think, which is not the right thing. But they think that if they make you feel not good enough, they'll do much better. No. I remember once I was interacting with one of my friends, management employee. I'd create some proposal. He hardly glanced to it and says, this is not right. Then she made do it again. And she said, this is a strategy. It's a very famous management institute she belongs to. She's a professor there. She says, I'm nothing. My dean, he makes us do 5 to 7 times the same proposal. Okay, though she's a very senior professor, even she goes through that, through the head of the department, I mean, the ultimate administrator. He says, get work done. This is how it's told. And that's how it's, it's become a part of the culture. That, repeated rejection, repeated ways of making people feel that, oh, no, you're not good enough, will bring out the best in them. Now, what happens because of that? Now, I'm talking about employee side of it. So if I am an employee, and if I'm all the time worried about rejection or evaluation, judgment, being told that it's not good enough, you're not enough, my focus is not on the content. My focus is only on myself, on avoidance of rejection. And if my focus is on avoidance of rejection and non-performance, consequences, I'm not going to put my 100% in the work that I'm doing. Okay. So if I say, okay, fine, forget about it, at the most I'll get fired, but let me do what I feel and I can put in the best. If you can just liberate yourself from that constant threat of being laid off, you can be yourself. And if you're being yourself, you can present the best. You all have inner inspiration to be your best. If not, you continue inviting moments of desperation or the conspiracy sets in. I'm talking about your point of view as an employee. So if I'm an employee and if I don't follow my inner inspiration, because the soul is here to take me through places, to various experiences. Okay. If my soul wants to continue with this job, even if my boss cannot fire me, I'm going to be there because I have a pending experience there. But if my soul wants me to go places, all right, even if I try and hold on to this job, even if I'm best, and even if I do my best, I might just get laid off. And there would be something else opening up, and that's why this door is closing. And if it is closing, good enough. There's so many people who are fantastic performers, and yet they miss out on the job, right? And there are so many mediocre ones who cling on for years together. It has got practically nothing to do with the performance.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah.
Now, I
Thank
want you to think what would happen if your boss says, oh, you're not good enough, go. What would happen? You'll die on the streets? There's no way to go back anywhere?
Like, so there's something of a middle stage. And I don't want to use that word, but I have been put into that here according to the laws. So I have a choice to either take it or say no and put down my papers.
Advantages of being in that middle stage.
Come again, ma'am. You got disconnected. What were you saying?
What are the advantages? Just imagine being in that middle state which you wanted to avoid.
Advantages. Like I can be myself. Just because I have joined Radical, like it comes very clearly to me. I don't like if I was old myself, I would have tried to prove, and like with full vigor. Maybe I will learn how to not be in fear and feel joy out. I might use this as a playground to do whatever I want to do, and in the meanwhile I might I have an idea what I have to look out for next. So it'll buy me time.
That's it. Why waste so much of time trying to prove that you're good enough?
Yeah.
If you direct this energy within to be truly good enough, not for others, for yourself, don't you think that would help?
Ma'am, it's just that like my approach is a little bit different. So you also come from medicine, right? So you are prescribing something, and imagine there is someone who's prescribing a separate thing. Nobody's answer is right or wrong, but my approach is not received well, and that's why I'm here where I am. In my field, it's like in everybody's, there's no right or wrong, right? So yeah, so I'm just worried, like if I take my particular manner of doing things, and because of that only I'm here where I am, because I never left it. I know I'm proud of it, that creative approach. So I'm just thinking, like if I take it again, it'll definitely lead to that one, because I'm in a state where they are okay to I'm saying this on, I shouldn't actually say this, but it's fine. Yeah. So that's the thing. But any which ways, we'll see. It's good to go through it rather than resisting it, is what I am getting.
Absolutely.
So we'll see.
Let's go through it. However, with an intent to have just first of all, embrace and know that you're not going to be stuck, because what you feel is a rough patch can be pretty easy. If you wait to avoid rough patch, it can be very difficult. And you're not going to have that rough patch as your full life.
Yeah.
Very soon you'll get okay even with that.
Okay.
And if you'll continue moving, there might be much better path ahead. But avoidance of that rough patch will give you a lot of anxiety.
True.
Get in touch with your, when the anxiety calms down, you see the path clearly. If you're too anxious, you don't know where to go.
Yeah.
All right, so that's all for today. Sina, when is the next program?
We have taken up 10 minutes of Preeti's time, but
Oh,
we have
sorry.
to thank you for these amazing insights. Accept and embrace, be in the now, be who you are, don't get stuck. Thinking of what if and avoiding experiences. We have a lot to take away from this session. Thank you so much, Atman.
Thank you, Sina, for facilitating and giving your best.
Thank you.
So we have the next speaker coming up now. I remove myself from the spotlight and we carry on and continue.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this platform.
Already, Preeti?
Preeti is here, yeah.
It's Dr. Preeti.
Please mute all.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, fine, lovely. We have her here. So over to you, Sienna.
Welcome, Dr. Preeti. And thank you all for joining in and being with us. These were amazing sessions all morning, and we've got more to look forward to. Welcome, Dr. Preeti. I'll just introduce you to our group. Dr. Preeti Savarjekar is a dermatologist for over 20 years in South Mumbai, treating and training people with a holistic approach. We've always heard about how sensitive our skin is, and lots of things can get under our skin. Dr. Preeti says that the skin is like a big mirror, and everything that goes on in the mind is reflected in the skin. So let's listen in to her fascinating insights about how a change in our thoughts can transform our skin. So with no further ado, over to you, Dr. Preeti.
A warm welcome to everyone. Thank you, Sienna. Can we enable screen sharing, please? It's showing disabled.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll co-host just a sec. Huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a sec. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
And I'll put you in spotlight also.
Great. Screen is visible?
Yes.
Wonderful. So
Yes.
Thank you so much, Atman, first of all, to give me this opportunity to be on this platform. And a warm welcome to everyone who is over here. So the agenda for the next 1 hour would be a little introduction on how the skin works, how things happen in our skin, insights for good, healthy skin, how can we create a shift in our skin health, and I'm going to share a few case studies, how I have used and incorporated Radical along with my treatment in my clinic with my patients, and they've got amazing results. And then, of course, in the end, we have some questions, maybe a demo, a consultation, whatever is possible if we have the time. So as a human being, we are all here to experience life. We want to enjoy life. And for that, we need confidence, we need happiness inside, and we need appreciation from all the people around us, our friends, our families. Now, the physical body is the first thing when we present to anyone when we meet them. And the skin is the largest organ covering our physical body from our head to our toes. And it has hair, it has nails. This is the first thing we present to anyone when we meet someone. and it forms hence an integral part of our personality. So considering this fact, who would not like to be appreciated? Who would not like to be happy? We want our, in our happiness also comes from our external appearances. And like we explained, like we talked, that the skin is a reflection. It's a big mirror to what's happening inside our bodies. So the brain, here I also want to share that the brain and the skin, why does this reflection, why is this mirror connected? Why is the skin like a mirror? The brain and the skin are formed at the same time from the ball of cells or the embryo. When a woman is pregnant, in the 5th month of pregnancy, this ball of cells from the outer layer forms the brain and the skin at the same time from the same cell layer. Now, because of which they are very connected. They both get affected by the same hormones, the same neurotransmitters, and hence whatever happens in your brain can show up in your skin. Whatever happens in your skin can show up in your brain. So this is where the psychophysiological disturbances can show up. I mean, when you have, when we blush, what's happening inside? We are happy. When we are angry, our face becomes red and we are, the skin starts showing anger. When we are anxious, we have fear. Then we have perspiration. We have sweating. And these are the ways that when your brain, whatever's happening inside, can show up on your skin and give you a sign externally. So to form our personality, when we have to present ourselves to anyone, everyone would like to have perfect skin, perfect hair, perfect nails, and of course, inner happiness. That as a whole package can turn out to be a wonderful personality, which everyone is happy to be with. So let's go on. Men and women both are very conscious about their skin now. We've seen a lot of men coming up to our clinics in the last decade. And it's not only the women, men also are very affected by how their skin presents and how they look. And hence the need for catering to a large population, understanding where it comes from. So we had more experience with what goes on inside and how we can achieve that great skin. I want to share with you today how that glowing skin with clarity can be achieved, how that inner happiness can be achieved. So the first thing comes with diet and nutrition. A balanced diet, which includes protein, carbohydrates, good fats, is very important. But in the vitamins, what should you have? The colored fruits and vegetables, the red and yellow, the orange colored fruits and vegetables contain a lot of beta carotene. And this is very important for your skin cells to be healthy, plump, glowing, to give you the nice kind of color. Whether you're dark or whether you're fair, it doesn't matter, because even dark skin can be really glowing and can be having a nice sheen. So the black and white doesn't matter, but it's how clear or how good your texture is, how much of ruggedness, how smooth your skin is. These are what matter. So in your diet and nutrition, if you can do 8 to 10 glasses of water, which is about 2 to 3 liters, have a good diet with vitamin A, E, and C, have enough protein, because your skin and hair is made up of protein. And when your protein is deficient, you start noticing your hair is thinning, your skin starts getting wrinkles faster, or they age faster, open pores come up. And of course, sunlight causes photo damage. But if you're eating well, if your diet is good, you can counteract that damage, because the vitamins A, E, and C produce free radical, they stop the free radical damage which is happening in our body because of the sunlight exposure. So in some ways, you might say sunlight is good for vitamin D3 and it's good for skin. Yes, but on the face, because the face is exposed to light, even our computer screens, the gadgets, the iPads, the phones that we use can cause damage onto our skin, just like sunlight. So the arms and legs are open to take vitamin D3, but the face needs to be protected with a sunscreen. So when you eat well, you take protection, you take care of your water intake, automatically there's a glow, your skin starts functioning well, and you start noticing clarity. Beauty sleep. The sleep is very important. And during sleep, basically, our body undergoes rejuvenation. There's renewal of skin cells. Your mind also starts putting things in the folder. Whatever happened in the day, you have folders in your mind. Your mind is like a computer. and everything gets rearranged, everything gets organized. So if you don't sleep well, your mind is not happy or not relaxed. Automatically, your body starts getting unhappy and not relaxed. Automatically, it shows up on your skin. So everything is connected, and hence you need to sleep 8 to 10 hours, or at least 6 to 8 hours for adults, and the children need to sleep for 8 to 10 hours every day. And when you sleep well, you'll see that your functioning in the body, your skin, your mind, everything is more comfortable, you're less irritable, you're less anxious. These will definitely make a change. So along with that, you need to exercise, you need to have movement, you need to have increased circulation so that the functioning is going on properly. And the best exercise would be a walk, a dance, maybe a little, if you have a pet, you can run around with the pet. You have children, you can play with them. Most of us now are with our computers. The children are at home with their iPads, and we don't actually go out to play. But this is very important. So the people who have been exercising, who have been doing a regular routine, always seem to have good skin. And you need to have periodical relaxation. You need to have periodic times to clear up your mind. So meditation, massages, music, all these things help you to relax, calm your skin cells. Whatever stresses you've gone through to the day can be calmed down by taking 10-15 minutes of meditation every morning or every night, and listen to music before you sleep. Before you sleep is when your mind is really active, because you're thinking what's happened, what's gone all through your day. And at that time is what you're feeding your subconscious mind. So if you're sleeping with stress from the whole day, your subconscious mind is also going to be stressed. If you're relaxed and calm before you sleep, your sleep will be more restful and more productive. So these things could be done on a regular basis to see that your skin and hair looks good. Vitamins and antioxidants. So many people say that, Doc, I don't eat, I'm Jain and I don't eat non-vegetarian. I can't eat, the foods which are underground. So onions, potatoes, carrot, beetroot, all this grows underground. Now, how will I get my vitamin A and E? So these cases, we have to supplement the vitamin A and E, vitamin C. And you can do this, because if you don't, we've seen this in our practice, that the patients who have not been eating well start showing changes in their skin much faster. So 25, 30-year-olds start showing their first wrinkles, their hair starts thinning, and they have the male pattern balding, and they show open pores, and their skin texture is not good. So it's important to replace these vitamins and antioxidants if you're not able to eat a good diet. Step up your protein by having more tofu, have more pulses. Every day one pulse should be included in your meal if you're vegetarian. And every meal could have a protein in your diet, and that will make a lot of change to keep your skin cells, your hair cells, even your muscles, even your tissues, overall your body needs protein to function well, and it doesn't make you tired also. So these could be kept in mind. However, people who have imperfections, people who have tarnished skin, people who have eczema, psoriasis, they're dealing with skin problems, need to go to the doctor for a skin consultation, understand where they're coming from, understand why it's happening. And this is where, when patients have been coming to me and they've visited different doctors, I help them to understand the metaphysical reason of why they have these problems. And that made a lot of difference to their lives, made their skin problems go better or go away, depending upon how genetically they are involved. And some of them also can do treatments. So at the clinic, when they come with already the skin has got damaged, the hair has already got lost, you already lost a lot of hair, we can grow back your hair, we can get your skin corrected, we can get your scars filled up, we can make your fine lines, wrinkles get better, so that you can start getting your confidence back again, so that you can feel the appreciation, you can feel the self-love. All this doing things for yourself is a part of self-love, as Atmanam was just explaining. So these could be followed, these could be taken care of. And of course, if you have any concerns, we can always get in touch. So the other part now, understanding how we can create the shift. Our body, our tissues, our muscles, our skin stores our emotions which are going on in our mind. And hence we need to heal our stored emotions to heal our physical body. So many people who've just done treatments at the clinic, who've done a lot of doctors, but they're still not happy. this is where we need to go inside. We have to clear their emotional mind at the same time, along with their skin. And emotional cleansing, along with external skin care, can give you long-term results and even give you freedom from what you're facing, the imperfections, the skin issues that you're dealing with. So what are the blocks in our skin health? What is actually causing these blocks? Why are we not able to understand the emotions? Why are we suffering? These are the questions you should look into or think about. What beliefs are limiting you? From our childhood, what have we heard? Our environment, our parents, our neighbors, our teachers. So there have been patients who came and said, my teacher used to always say, oh, you're eating chocolate, you're going to get pimples. And every time he heard that, the child forms a belief in the mind. Every time I eat chocolate, I'm going to get pimples. The child forgets as they grow older, and every time they eat chocolate, they manifest pimples. And they don't know why this is not stopping, because chocolate is a regular part of your routine. And if, for example, another lady who had come, she said, every time I get my periods, I get pimples. Of course, it's hormonal, but her hormones were completely fine. There was no issues that we found in her body. So I just had to work with her beliefs, because she had heard from her friends, from her peers, her mother, that, oh, every time you get periods, you will get pimples, you will get PMS, you will get irritable. And all those symptoms were being manifested just because of that belief. So when you understand where they're coming from, when you try to understand their emotion, you can actually solve a lot of issues going on in the mind. Have we actually let go of our past beliefs, past mistakes, past memories? You would wonder, what past mistakes? So there have been many patients who came and said, doctor, the first time I shaved my legs when I was 12, and after that I've got thick hair all over my body. I mean, I'm so guilty I did that, but now what can I do? So it's not a mistake, because the hair had to be thick because your hormones were imbalanced. The stress that you took from doing that, the guilt that you picked up from doing that, actually made you get the stress, and the stress made you get the hormone imbalances. So it's all connected. You need to just look into yourself, understand the root cause. Where is this stemming from? External things can be corrected with technology. There's lots available now, but until we correct the root cause, things don't get better. And hence we need to understand where we are coming from. Past memories. Sometimes people have told us, oh, your skin is so bad, you should get fairer, you're so dark compared to your siblings. All these things need to be cleared from our heads, because as children, what we hear and what we understand, what we listen to, gets embedded in our subconscious mind. And as we get into adulthood, we forget these things because they are at the back, they're not in the conscious. And hence these things need to be looked into to clear your present issues that you're dealing with. How sensitive are you? How many people actually have sensitive skin? People say that, oh, my skin is so sensitive. Every time I go in the sun, I get rashes. Every time I have this food, every time I drink milk, I get a rash. Every time I have a certain kind of meat, I get urticaria. My skin starts itching. All these are sensitivities, again, because you could be sensitive in your mind too. And when you heal those sensitivities, the sensitivity in your skin starts getting better too. And how motivated are you? Many times we are so happy being in that space. We are happy with that attention. We don't want to get better. And we are not motivated to get better because we don't want to be doing work. Self-work is very, very difficult. But once you start doing that, you'll see you're so happy, because the destination, when you reach the end point or when you reach your goal, you are at such a more better, happier space. Your vibrations are higher, you're more evolved, you understand why things are happening. So you need to get yourself to work on yourself, get motivated enough to go ahead, because you don't want things to get worse. You don't want to be in a state where now things cannot be corrected. So make sure you motivate yourself and get ahead and clear your issues now. Are you having attention issues? So this was one thing where hearing Radical, I had understood that children, we need attention from our parents. Many times our parents are busy. Many times our parents don't give us attention, or we get too much attention and it's irritating for the child and they don't know how to react. So when some girls who have been very pretty in their childhood got a lot of attention, everybody pulled their cheeks, everybody said, wow, such a cute child. As they became older, they didn't like that attention and they manifested issues so that they don't get the attention. And many times there have been people who didn't get attention, and hence they manifested problems so that they get attention. Even strangers would come up and tell you, what are you doing for this? How sad. Can you apply this? This cream worked for my child. You should try this. So that attention that we get sometimes is our need, and we need to understand what our needs are, clear those, and automatically your skin problems will heal too. So this has been my experience, and I'm sharing what all I have gone through. And of course, I've learned from Radical. All these are a part of our giving, when you clear them, you can actually have so much better skin health. So the first advice from me would be to love your skin. Self-love by letting go of the past, let go of all those memories, all those beliefs, all those past things that you put inside your mind, all those things that you even don't know about. Your healing starts begin. It's like an onion. When you start opening up the layers, layer by layer, you start noticing, oh, I had this. Oh, I believed this. Oh, yes, this was what I needed to clear. Slowly, you start understanding. You just have to be open, and you just have to take that first step, and you can see a whole new world opens up for you. Have those difficult conversations with yourself. Talk it out. So like when I said, do I really need attention? Like, talk it out. Am I doing this for that? And understand where is your want? What is your need? Why are you going through this? Why have I asked for this experience? Why am I getting this acne? Talk to your skin and understand what is it trying to tell you. So have those difficult conversations and understand where you're coming from. Setting boundaries, knowing yourself, knowing your needs, and acceptance of all that is. So when I say accept your skin as it is, sometimes people would be like, how can I accept my skin like this, doctor? I'm not happy. But as accepting is very difficult. I know that, because as children, we've always heard, you need to be like this. You need to get good grades. You need to get your skin clear. You need to eat this so that your hair is good. You need to, all these things which we have heard in our past have actually made us not accept the way we are. And that's why we look to get better, or we want to be like that one. We want to be like that one. We want our skin to be like that person. And how many of us actually, when we see a beautiful person in the room, what actually goes on in your mind? You should think about this and write it down. Do you get jealous that, wow, such beautiful skin? Do you get curious? How does she maintain her skin? Do you get insecure? Does it give you low self-esteem? Does it make you feel conscious that you are not so good and you shy away from that room because there are people who are better looking? What happens in your mind? Write it down, and then you know what you have to work on. So accept whatever you are, accept your skin as you are, and then you'll see how things start changing. So I'll explain a little bit about setting boundaries. There's so much that goes on in our external life. We have toxic relationships. Sometimes the most common is the mother-in-law and the bahu relationship. We have sibling rivalry sometimes, which goes on. And managing our external drama with guilt, with burnout in our office, we have competition, we have depression, so many things go on in our life. We need to manage that and make a healthy boundary that when I am now healing myself, I don't want anything to happen in my life. Now you'll say, how can you do that? You can, because somewhere you are allowing that experience to happen to you. When you learn how to deal with that, cut off that experience or stop asking for that experience, automatically the people around you will change, the situations around you will change, because you have changed. So manage your external life drama, learn how to do that by joining Radical, because it has really helped me a lot. Practice detachment with conscious awareness. Now, what does this mean? So many times when we meet people, we always pick up their beliefs, we pick up their energies, we pick up their practices. You see somebody applying a certain cream, applying a sunscreen every day, you'll come back and say, should I apply sunscreen? Which sunscreen should I buy? Because you saw somebody doing it, you want to do it too. So it's a very natural subconscious mind process that we want to pick up things from different people. And here you have to understand that each one of us is different, each one of us is unique, and we have to practice detachment with conscious awareness. Each one does their own things for their own good, for their own needs. So we don't have to be like the rest, and you don't have to have yourself looking the best. but you might have qualities which other people don't. And so work on those and get yourself to be more unique. And that creates your inner happiness. Avoid repeating the same mistakes. Many times we know that if I eat the samosa, I'm going to get pimples. And then you'll still eat the samosa because it's so good. That 2-minute pleasure that it gives you in your mouth can land up giving you pimples, which will last for 10 to 15 days. So this was a very small example, but there have been many people who've said, like, doctor, every time I do this and this happens, how do I deal with it? I don't know how to stop my mistakes. So that is where also the affirmations would help you rewire your mind, make your brain stop doing those same things, and you'll see that your skin, your life, your emotional happiness changes. And learn how to say no. Most of us have this inability to say no. And I did, and I used to always, be taken advantage of or do things for people. And my time was never there. It was always for people. And that when I learned, I understood how it can actually, when you make your boundaries, how you feel so empowered and you're feeling so much better about yourself. So these are the things you should definitely think about. And when you do these, see the change that happens in your environment. So I was talking about hormones, neurotransmitters, which affect the skin, affect the brain. So what are hormones? Hormones are nothing but regulatory substances secreted by glands in our body. And these hormones can control actions of certain cells, certain organs. They can control our emotions, our behaviors, our moods. And if our hormones are imbalanced because of genetic reasons, because of illnesses, because of stress, that's when our moods, our thoughts, our emotions, everything changes and life is haywire. So the happy hormones, I want to prescribe a happiness diet for all of us. These are the hormones which are released when you do these activities. So if you can include these in your week, say, suppose you make a target, make a weekly plan that twice a week I want to do this, twice a week I'm going to do this, twice a week I'm going to do that. Your endorphins, the hormones, are painkiller hormones. These are released when you laugh, when you exercise, when you have dark chocolate, when you watch a comedy serial or you're watching a comedy movie. You use essential oils on your pillows, you use essential oils in your shower. These are natural painkiller hormones, and when released can actually make you feel much better and rejuvenate you faster. Dopamine is the reward hormone. So when you complete a task, when you finish eating a meal, you're like, what a lovely meal I had. Achieving goals, you celebrate small wins. Yes, today I did this. You need to celebrate, you need to work, you have to express so that you have release of these hormones so that your body can also start healing. Your cells are following what your mind is going through. So whatever goes here, mind is your master. Mind, the mastermind. When you give the order here, the body follows. So if you release these happy hormones, automatically happiness will become a way of life. And oxytocin hormone, the love or the bonding hormone. So when you play with your pets, when you play with your children, physical affection, hugging, kissing, even making love, giving compliments and getting compliments, these release oxytocin hormone. And if you're looking for compliments, remember you have to give them first to get them too. So whatever you give out to the universe is what's going to come back to you. If you have self-love, you're going to get love from the outside. These things, if you remember and you work on, automatically things start easing out. Your body's starting to ease out. Your skin starts to look better. Your mind is happier. Everything will start falling into place. And serotonin, the mood stabilizing hormone. So when we meditate, when we have a swimming session, an hour of swimming, walk in nature, you're exposed to different bird sounds. When you're swimming, the water around you, sunlight, when you're basking in the sun, you're playing in the sun, you're walking in the sun, early morning sun. This, and of course with mindfulness, when you know what you're eating, when you know what you're doing, helps to release serotonin, which controls your moods. So you're not acting weird in front of people, you're not behaving differently, and people take you for granted, people take you well, appreciate you for being what you are, and that can create a change again in your surrounding. So this is the happiness diet. Make sure you do these things all throughout the week. Now the part where I will explain to you how these radical affirmations have worked for my patients. This was a 27-year-old male who had blisters on his third left toe of his left foot. And he had so much pain because he couldn't put the foot down. So he was limping. And because of the limp, his knee was also affected, and he was walking with a limp in the knee and in the toe. Now he tried 3 different dermatologists. He went to 3 different doctors. He had 5 different types of tubes that they all gave him, antibiotics, antifungals. Everybody asked him, do you have a pet at home? Are you having a cat or a dog? Are you, because the feet, when you get such kind of blisters, either it's a fungal infection or it's a bacterial infection. But he's saying, I can't even put my foot down. Where am I going to play? I don't know how it started. There was nobody was able to give him an answer how this happened. And nobody was able to treat him either. He tried oral steroids, he tried oral antibiotics, oral antifungals. The lesion would go and in 15 days would relapse again. However, when he met me, I understood this history and I said, oh, I need to do the affirmations with him. I took him through a radical process where we went back to the time when this started, about 18 months ago. He remembered that whole episode. He told me what he had felt. There was anger, there was regret. And when we worked on those emotions, lo and behold, within 15 days, his skin was so much better. He's written this in the chat that I had this since January 2019, and it relapsed every 15 days and all the medicines that he had taken. And now he says nothing on the toe since we last spoke. He was suffering since 18 months. And he says, thank you so much. Your affirmations helped me. And he's completely clear, even till today. Like whenever he wishes me Happy New Year, he wishes me Happy Diwali, and he says, I have no problem on my toe. So these are my happy patients who I have used radical techniques along with medical treatment. And I gave him the same. I just gave him one antibiotic cream to apply and the affirmations. And they did the job for him and cleared him completely from his suffering. And his knee also got better eventually. He had got operated for it. But anyway, maybe that was meant to be. So there are times when things happen because they are meant to happen. They are experiences which we have asked for, or we need to create changes in our lives. So don't have regrets. Don't have anger in yourself. Don't be angry at yourself, because then things will manifest and then you'll have to deal with them. Here is another lady who had a housewife who had eczema. So during the pandemic, many patients who use sanitizers, and we all as women worked in the house, we had cleaning to do, we had so much of housework to do, and hand eczema had become very rampant. But the hand eczema was usually, the common sites involved are in between the fingers, the web spaces, on the fingertips, because these are the fingers that we use to do all the work. So you would have cuts on the fingertips or in between the webs. Nobody had this particular lesion like this lady, and only one spot on both the hands. This was very odd for me. I said, this doesn't fit into the regular hand eczema. And she says, I've been applying the steroid cream, which I always use, and it works. And this time it's not working. So then I checked my book. I took up the energy center, the chakra that's affected here. I asked her if she has any shattered feeling going on in her mind. And she says, shattered? No, I'm fine. Nothing has happened. I'm okay. I'm doing good. So I said, well, what's been happening in your life? How's the COVID treating you? Have you lost anyone in your family? And then she said, yes, my mother-in-law passed away 6 months ago. And there's so much work to do because her work also, I'm doing the bank work. I'm trying to clear her, when somebody passes away, you have so much things to clear off for them. And she says, I'm doing all that. I'm handling my personal life, my child, my husband, and there's so much integration to do. And I said, sorry, what did you use the word integration? And she says, yeah. So I said, why would you need to get integrated? Because you were shattered? She says, oh my God. So the subconscious mind goes through a shattered feeling, but in our conscious mind, we don't realize what's happening until we hear you and we pick up the words and we tell you, this is what's going on. And when you understand that, when you work on that shattered feeling, within 2 weeks, her hand had completely healed. In 1 week, the same cream and the hand had completely healed. She had sent me a picture saying, just little cuts are being seen. Should I continue the cream? Because I told her to use a steroid for 1 week only. And these are the results I have got from my patients. So sometimes it's all in the mind. Look at this 23-year-old. Sudden onset, no injury, no heat on his neck. He's a 23-year-old going to college. He was in his last year. And he says, I don't know how this thing came about. It came on its own. He didn't have any clue. And he was shocked that how did this happen to me? He went to a local doctor, his GP, got himself treated with steroids. This is how it healed. This was all in May 2019. However, when he came to me, he was referred because he has been continuously itching on his neck all through from 2019 till now. I met him about 3 months ago, and he had these dry rashes. You can see in the second picture, there would be redness and dryness all over the neck. And again, when I heard this history, and he says, I don't put anything, I'm not using perfumes, I'm not using any creams, I don't wear polo necks, everything I tried to ask him, do you cover your neck? Do you have shirts? Do you wear a tie? No, there was no history telling me why this would happen on his neck. And hence, when I started using the radical affirmations, he says, 4 years ago, he had this allergic reaction, 2019, and out of nowhere. And this gave him rashes on his neck and arms, which led to a burn-like effect. And when he was itching rashes, he met me and he realized how indirectly these rashes were coming to him because of something going on in the mind. He says, radical healing helped me to understand the root cause of such rashes, along with Dr. Preeti teaching me how to cope up with it. I'm thankful to her for helping me on this path of understanding. A 23-year-old, he says, I understand my body and now I know how to take care of it. I might not be there fully, but I know that I'm on the right path. And this was my patient. You can see the neck shining clear. The skin is back to normal. In the last week, I met him, and this was another happy patient that I wanted to share with you. So if there are any questions, we can start taking them after this slide. And we can also do a demo if somebody is interested. So I've put up some affirmations which have worked very well with all my patients. And if you want, you can take a screenshot, you can write these down. And if you can say them every day, you'll start noticing your skin starts getting better. You start getting aware of what is needed to get your skin better. The right people, the right opportunities, the right things will just come in front of you, and you'll know where and how, what's happening inside your mind. So the soul's love technique, which works beautifully. So we all can say, my skin is my soul's love. My need for good skin is my soul's love. My need for healthy skin is my soul's love. And each of these statements could be repeated 3 to 7 to 11 times as how you feel better. My need for acceptance is my soul's love, because many times inside the mind, we are not being accepted, and which is why we want to make ourselves look better or appear better so that we get the acceptance. And so my need for attention is my soul's love. My conscious feeling, when we have skin imperfections, we all get conscious. So my conscious feeling is my soul's love. And this is a very powerful one where, when you have a skin problem, you have eczema, you have acne, you say, I hate this acne, doctor, please do something about it. I'm fed up of it. I've tried so many creams. Please help me to get this better. We don't have to have hatred for that part or for your skin. You need to start accepting it, and you need to start loving it. And that is where we say, my hatred for this eczema, my hatred for this acne, my hatred for my psoriasis is my soul's love. My need for the hatred. Why did we have to get hatred in our mind? Which is why the hatred is projected in our skin. So you'll realize where the hatred is coming from. What else are you hating in your life? And when you work on that too, you start getting better. My resistance to let go of the hatred is my soul's love. So these affirmations, when we can, on a general, of course, when I have patients come with specific problems, I work on the specific chakra. I understand where, with the processes that I've learned from Radical, I take the patient through either an inner child healing, either they would do a past life, either they would do, understanding what has happened in the past, something that's stored inside, anger, fear, guilt, and then help them to clear that with affirmations. Maybe they need about 1 or 2 sessions, 3 sessions, and they've got very good results. So these are the affirmations that you can do. Do we have any questions, Sienna? It's 10 minutes to 11. So the last
nothing on the chat, Dr. Preeti, but
I'll just check. Yeah.
Nothing except for finding it very clear and crisp.
Great. So Dani has said, how can one address dark circles? So dark circles can happen because of many reasons. First, if you're on Zoom all the time, I see you, Dani, every time. Are you putting on your sunscreen? Because the computer screen, the gadgets that we use, the phone that we're using all the time, gives us ultraviolet light, which is like ultraviolet light from the sun. And this can actually cause pigmentation on your face. Of course, when you start applying a sunscreen, even at home, this is where is this important part. The tip that I'll give you is every time you have a bath and you come out, we wear our clothes, but your face is naked. So the sunscreen is the clothes we wear on our face, and they can protect your skin from the sunlight damage, from the ultraviolet light damage, from the pollution, from the bacteria and viruses that are in the air. And the sunscreen forms a film to protect your skin. When you start using a sunscreen, your skin gets rejuvenated or stays protected from the damages, and automatically your original color, your normal skin color starts showing up. However, if you already have the dark circles and you want to treat them, you can put lightening creams. You can use home remedies, like you can make a pack with little papaya, add a little oats powder, or you can add chana ka atta, the besan atta, just 1 spoon, take a little mashed papaya, make a little paste of it, and then apply it on your face, around your eyes. These are natural things which you can do 10 minutes before your shower, and you'll start noticing that the papaya has vitamin C or citric acid. That vitamin C starts lightening your skin, and hence you'll start noticing a change in the color. You can also use plain curds. Milk, malai, and dahi have lactic acid. So if Dani is in Ahmedabad, you have harsh weather there, it's dry, you could use malai and mix a little of haldi in it, maybe a little of almond powder in it, mix it together and apply it under your eyes, on top of your eyes, 10 minutes every day, or maybe twice a week before your shower, and see the dark circles looking lighter. So these are some home remedies. You could also apply lightening creams. I could write them for you. And of course, the inside part. So what do these dark circles make you feel? Are you conscious? Are you feeling low self-esteem? Are you feeling sad? What is the emotion that's going on in your mind? Mostly sadness can cause dark circles, or sometimes it's anxiety. So if you understand where it's coming from, work on that, and your dark circles automatically start feeling better. Let me see, there are some more questions. Pigmentation on the cheeks. Yes, Rachna, this will work for the pigmentation on the cheeks too. You can try these home remedies, and also use maybe, the fruit facials that you get. So use a orange chilka, the orange peel can be soaked in water for some time, and then use that water with cotton and put it all over your face. You can use a papaya to rub on your face, and you can use dahi, milk, and malai. All these could be tried. So that's for Rachna. Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. Thank you, Shazia. How are the scars of chickenpox taken care of? So when you've already developed scars, Shazia, they are dents in the skin. So this is a structural change. So the scars, to be filled up, you need to do, you need to perform a procedure like skin polishing. You could do something called as micro needling. You could do something called as fractional laser to help you fill up the scars. But if your scars are not so bad, like people tell you, oh, it doesn't matter, why are you worrying about it? What is it that the scars make you feel? What is it that you are worried about? Or what is it that's lacking inside your mind that you're projecting this on your skin? So work on that, and you'll see that the scars don't bother you anymore. But if it's really bothering you and people around, you can definitely go to the dermatologist and get one of these treatments to get your skin filled up. The scars can get smoother. And pimples with dust and lotions, yes. So you need to apply your sunscreen, apply a night cream. What can be done for thinning of hair? Barinder is asking. So when your hair is thinning, Barinder, find out if there is a thyroid hormone imbalance, find out if there's diabetes starting in your body, find out if there is any polycystic ovaries happening, your hormones could be imbalanced. And the first statement, my hormones are my soul's love. So start correcting your hormones, start understanding where the problem is coming from. Maybe do a blood test to find out which hormone is it that's causing a problem. Once you work on that, if you need to take medications, take the medications, because medical treatment along with the affirmations can do an excellent job. So understand where this is coming from, which hormones are involved, and then maybe I could guide you better. What are the other questions? I think there is one.
Presentation, people would love to see you on the screen.
Should I stop sharing?
Yeah, I mean, if you're finished.
Okay. So, okay, let me take the last slide and then I'll stop
I'm
sharing.
sorry, I didn't know. I thought you finished.
No, just one last slide. Give me a second. Oops, okay. So I wanted to end with this lovely message that I found. The body heals with play, the mind heals with laughter, and the spirit heals with joy. And all these laughter, joy, play, I have learned from attending Radical. So I have complete gratitude to Atman for getting Radical in the world, being the channel. I want to thank all my mentors, Mujib, Varsha, Aarti, Uma, all the mentors who have helped me, Mamta, for being there to make me realize my uniqueness, that I could, being a doctor, use this along with my medical to help people so much more. And to the whole Radical team for being so wonderful and always being there when we needed them. So let's get to the questions now. I'll stop sharing. Stop share. There. Great. So I hope you all had good insights. Stretch marks in children. Apurba is asking what could have caused stretch marks in children. So when children are growing, all of us usually get stretch marks on our buttocks, on our breast, so the boys usually have it on their arms, because these are the muscles, these are the areas which usually change when we get puberty, when we grow into adults. So most of us get stretch marks. But if your children have stretch marks, from now, you need to start using almond oil. You could start using olive oil. You could do a massage every night. You could also use this available in the market, bio oil. It's a nice bottle which has a light oil, which is not sticky, not oily, but using it every night to massage on those areas of the stretch marks will reduce them and make them less prominent as they get older. Because many children are affected and are conscious because of their stretch marks, and they won't wear certain clothes. They'll say, I don't want to go swimming, even though swimming is needed for them and the pool is available. They say, I won't go, because they're conscious with their stretch marks. So please start using these things and let them start seeing the change. At the same time, stretch marks are going to be there. Work on their conscious feeling, work on their need for acceptance, and then you'll see that they are starting to be back to, they're okay with it, or they're accepting it. Blackishness in forehead and face. Krishna is asking during the winter season. So many times when our skin gets dry, we do tend to look dark. So the blackishness has come because of the winter. You'll notice every winter season around the mouth, around the eyes, we tend to look more darker, because the hard water, when we are using hard water on our face, or we have dry weather, these areas, because they have soft skin, they tend to get more dry, and because they're dry, they get darker. So if you want to counter the dryness, you have to counter the blackishness, you have to counter the dryness. So drink more water. We usually drink less water when we are dry. So drink more water, apply a nice hydrating moisturizer on your face immediately as soon as you finish your shower. Many times when you're in the shower, you wiped your face, you need to take that moisturizer then and there and apply it on your face immediately, not wait till you come out to tie your hair, wear your clothes, and then you put the moisturizer. Your skin cells have already locked themselves up and the moisturizer will only stay on the top. But when you have a little moist skin, just in the shower, you come out and your skin is still open, the pores are still open. That is when, if you put your shower, your sunscreen, your skin nicely takes the moisture in, locks it up, and then you're hydrated for the next 8 to 10 hours. So this is one tip that you could follow. Put your moisturizer directly in the morning, and at night use a little more hydrating or an exfoliating cream with lactic acid, glycolic acid, which will help you to shed off those dead skin cells, those dry cells, and make your skin smoother, clearer, along with lightening your pigmentation. Geeta says, I have acne on my lower cheek and chin. What are your thoughts? So the lower cheek and chin, this area is very common when you have hormone imbalances. If I know your age, Geeta, with age, as we grow older, we start getting hormone changes. And when there is a hormone imbalance, the acne will show up only here. The children get acne on their cheeks, children can get acne on their forehead, but the adults will get acne on their jawline. And this is nothing but hormone imbalance. So try to understand which hormones are going haywire, do your blood tests, visit the dermatologist, and you could even work on this area is also in radical anger and guilt and need for wisdom, your chin area. So you need to understand a little more about yourself, get to know yourself, work on your anger, which could have been a stored anger from the past, from your childhood. Work on any guilt that you have stored, and then you'll see that your acne starts reducing. And of course, my hormones are my soul's love. My need for hormone imbalance is my soul's love. And my resistance to let go of the hormone imbalance is my soul's love. This could help you to open up your chakras, understand what's happening, and you'll get to know your body much more. Oil to massage on the face. So Ritu, definitely you could use almond oil, you could use bio oil. There are these light oils which are available now. A lot of new companies, even L'Oreal has taken out face oils which you can be used. But the local coconut oil, the castor oil, all the old oils that we used to use, if they are thick, the mustard oil, castor oil, coconut oil, these can block your pores and cause acne if you are in a humid climate. But if you are in a dry climate, absolutely go ahead. All these oils will suit you. But if you are in a humid climate, these thick oils can cause issues and cause you acne. So Geeta says it was for my daughter, she's 32. Yes. So when she's just entering, this is 32 is the age where your hormones start changing again. She's going through a lot of stress, maybe at work. Check it out, ask her. And if you can remember when she was young, did she have anger as a child? Maybe you could work on that anger and guilt and help her to heal her acne too. So Sienna says, my hormone imbalance is my soul's love. Okay. Ritu is from Bangalore. Bangalore is also dry weather, yes. And Shreya says dandruff and itchy scalp in kids. So when kids have a lot of heat in the body, you should check his diet. If they're not eating well, they're not drinking lots of water, they're not having enough salads, the fiber is missing. The heat in the body can make your bacteria and fungus, which is normally present on our skin, get in large numbers or increase the colonization, and hence you'll end up getting dandruff and you get itchy scalp. However, the radical part of it would tell me that your child could be going through some resentment or repulsion, something that he doesn't like, because dandruff is nothing but fungal infection. So if you know the reason of fungal infection is resentment or regret or repulsion, something that he's not happy with, if you can emote that from him, ask him, what is it that you don't like? I hate what is the fill in the blank? Like, ask him, what can he tell you? What is it that he doesn't like? And if you work on that, let him learn how to accept it, automatically the dandruff might go, because dandruff is nothing but fungal infection. And then have I missed out anyone? Sienna, have I missed out any question? Been on medication. Priyanka says, been on medication for severe atopic dermatitis for the last 24 years and not of negative emotions associated with it. Does affirmations help? Of course, Priyanka, especially because you have atopic dermatitis. When you have atopy, I have seen that atopic dermatitis, eczemas, these are nothing but incorrect storage in the subconscious mind. So the folders have got a little confused, mixed up when you've heard things in your childhood, and which is why you're landing up with atopic eczema. You could check if you have any, when you hear the word danger, what comes to your mind? Are you being socially isolated? Are you trying to stay away from crowds? Are you staying away from people, from friends? So once you understand your subconscious mind, you'll be able to treat your atopic eczema. I have had many patients of eczema who have actually healed. You saw the case that I showed. I mean, the neck also was like eczema, because we don't know how that burn happened, and he keeps scratching. That was eczema. The first boy who had the toe, when I saw him, I said, this is eczema. And he says, no, everybody's been treating me like fungus and like a bacterial infection. So eczemas can be corrected because the subconscious mind needs to be accessed. If you get into that work, you'll see a lot of improvement. Please reach out and connect to any of the radical mentors, and please get your eczema corrected too. What about anxiety about outcome of your own child's chronic? Sorry, that was for Atman. I went
Melasma and a natural cure. Minoti is asking.
Sorry?
Melasma, a natural cure?
Melasma. So when you get melasma, your melasma is usually due to stress, hormone changes, and it can happen because of too much sun exposure when you were younger. So melasma is, it's called the mask of pregnancy. It could have started with your pregnancy. It can happen in menopause. So the melasma comes on your cheeks, nose, eyebrows. It can be a little on your chin, on your upper lip, and it's quite making people conscious. People get very conscious and they wonder how to deal with it. And it's a very refractory treatment. I mean, we are not able to get rid of the melasma completely if it has been a long time, but I have had patients who have just started their pigmentation a year, 2 years down the line. We have made their melasma go away, of course, with affirmations, clearing out the stress, understanding the hormone imbalance, and then correcting it. But if people have had melasma for more than 2 years, it's a little difficult. However, we can definitely make the pigmentation much lighter. Maybe 30% will stay, and that is easily camouflaged or covered by makeup. So you'll definitely be in a better space. Maybe you can come by and do a little consultation where I could make you understand the what's going on in the mind, and of course treat the eczema on the surface too. But make sure you apply your sunscreen without fail, because when you have pigmentation on your face, any kind of pigmentation, melasma, dark circles, forehead pigmentation, chin pigmentation, when you have melanin cells already existent in large quantities, even a 5 minutes of light exposure will make them proliferate. That is, they start producing babies. So they start producing more melanin cells, and the pigmentation keeps increasing, keeps getting more tougher to treat. So please use the sunscreen. That is the first step. Do not leave your skin uncovered. Make sure you apply your sunscreen every day. Even the sunscreen has to be repeated 3 hourly. So after 3 hours, the body heat starts melting the sunscreen. We touch our faces, we are sitting there like scrubbing, we rub our eyes. So these make the sunscreen go away, and hence you need to reapply your sunscreen every 3 hours so that you are completely protected. Now you might wonder, I can't do that in office, doctor. I don't have time. I'm outside, I'm in the field. Well, you carry your sunscreen with you and just reapply a little on the areas where you have the pigmentation. That should also be good enough. You don't have to actually wash off the first sunscreen layer. You just top it up with more sunscreen on the top till you are in the sun, till you are in front of the computer, till you are outside, outdoors. And once you come back home, wash your face and leave your skin with just a moisturizer or a lightening cream. But make sure you put your sunscreen. We've realized that sun protection is the first important factor which helps for melasma.
I think we
Have I
can
missed
take a
any
last
other?
question about moles,
Great.
and then I think we'll need to give you a break.
Which is the last question, Sienna?
About moles on the skin.
Moles. I can only see the.
And Paula Goel, Dr. Paula is asking.
How can I go down there? Can you please read the question? What is the reason for multiple moles over neck and underarms? Got it. So skin tags spreading all over the body. Even Abida has said skin tags. So skin tags, moles, and even you get warts. I mean, all these are growths. When you have growths on the body, your body is trying to tell you something. I mean, of course, moles can be genetic. Moles could be heredity, because if parents have them, your skin has these, the melanin cells have a certain way of coming out on your skin, and you're going to get them. You can't treat moles. You can't keep clearing them everywhere, because moles need to be actually removed. You need to excise them and remove them so that they don't come back. When we have just cauterized them from the top, the moles always grow back and they're there. But you could have to excise them. Moles will be there. But skin tags spreading all over the body. Skin tags happen with pregnancy. Skin tags can happen with diabetes, and skin tags can happen when you're putting on weight. So if your weight is increasing, your skin grows too. And that's why you see these outpouchings or skin tags on your neck, on your underarms, on your inner thighs, all the soft areas of the body. So if you are putting on weight, if you have diabetes, start correcting these things. If it's heredity, if mom had a lot of skin tags, you got them too, well, we could go to the clinic and get them cauterized, removed with radiofrequency or with electrocauterization, and they can be treated. Moles is a little doubtful, may or may not be able to treat, but if they are deep, we can't. If they are superficial, we can use carbon dioxide laser and get rid of the moles too. But if there are too many, understand why have they come, understand what do they make you feel, understand what is the need to get this on the body. Maybe Atman could also help a little here. I don't know the metaphysical reason of getting moles all over, but I would try to, understand what's happening in the mind. Why have they manifested this on the body? Is it just the belief of genes, or is it something else? Atman ma'am, can you throw some light here?
No, Dr. Preeti, not so far. I haven't studied yet, so
Great.
not. But I'll keep that in mind. We'll see.
Perfect. Then I'll also keep in mind, try to collect some more people, collect some data of why, what do they feel, what is happening in their mind when they've got so many moles on their skin. So the last question from Dani, what SPF one should use daily? An SPF of 15 is minimal, which can be used indoor, outdoor. When you're going down, you're going out of the house, it lasts for only an hour. But if you're sitting on the computer, you're in office, you're going outdoors to shop, please use an SPF of 30 and a 50 if you're really exposed to a lot of sun. The higher the SPF, the thicker the sunscreen becomes. So if you're living in dry weathers, 50 SPF is better for you. Humid climates like Bombay and other cities in the West Coast could be fine with just 30 SPF. Yeah. And thank you so much. I think I'm just on time, or maybe I've overshot a little. Thank you.
It's fine. That's fine.
Thank you.
Love thyself, love thy skin. Thank you so much, Dr. Preeti. We have learned to heal ourselves from inside out and resolve skin issues. This was such an eye-opener.
Thank you.
This awareness on the connection between mind, body, and spirit is amazing. Thank you so much for your time and for this lovely presentation. Thank you. So thank you for joining in, and please stay on. We've got Dr. Deeplakshmi Dopeshwarkar with her presentation on addiction and mental health coming up. And I think she's already here. So Atman, please do the needful. Hi, Dr. Preeti.
Hello.
Yeah, just welcome to our Emotional Wellness Summit today. And just to introduce her, mental health has always been a concern in our competitive and stress-producing environment, and COVID has drawn our attention to mental health. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Deeplakshmi Dopeshwarkar, who understood how the use of substances were an escape mechanism, and she found appropriate solutions in alternative therapy. Let's listen in on how she has used effective methods in her compassionate work with people who perceive life as difficult and overwhelming. Over to you, Dr. Deeplakshmi. We are looking forward to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Atman, for allowing me to be here to give a small presentation.
Pleasure, and thank you so much.
Yeah, so let me share the screen. Can just allow me to share the screen?
Yeah, just a sec. I'll make you co-host too. Wait. I'm sorry for this. Yeah, you should be able to do it now. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, hello everyone. So I'm Dr. Deep Lakshmi. I am working as consultant psychiatrist. Was practicing psychiatry for like say more than 20. I'm practicing psychiatry since about 20 years. And something pulled me to learn that there's something much beyond medicines, which needs to be addressed, which is easily ignored in the modern medicine day to day. So that pulled me towards when the day I stepped into hypnotherapy. And that's the journey starting 2013. And there's no looking back. So how powerful is our mind, which helps us to move ahead in life, in everything. Our thoughts, our emotions, they have a major role in our life. So this journey is started with like, I did my past life regression, and also I'm sorry to mention, I didn't mention here, I did my radical also. And I'm really, really grateful to Atman for, making such an easy modality in day-to-day practice. So what do you mean by, let us come to the main topic nowadays, today's addiction, which is easily ignored and which we don't see, which we feel only when there are like huge effects. That means a person is addicted. But addiction can also be very much there in every day-to-day life. So let's sum up a few. A disorder that reoccurs and may be harmful to one's body, mental health, and social life. So as you see, when it comes
Sorry
to extremes.
interrupt, Dr. Deep Lakshmi, but your presentation is not showing. It's
Oh,
just check that again.
yeah, just a moment.
Dr. Lakshmi, you stop sharing the screen, down
Okay.
presentation, open the presentation and then share. That would make it easier.
Yeah.
Currently we can see your Gmail page open, so we are not able to see your presentation. Yeah.
Okay.
If you could just click on that de-addiction PPT, just open it. We should be able to see it.
No, just click on de-addiction, I think.
Yeah, de-addiction, the one about the open.
Did it come up? Like, can you see it now?
No.
No,
Because-
we are still seeing your Gmail page.
Sorry.
Okay. Just a moment.
Now again, when you click on share page, you'll be able to see your PPT page also.
So share your entire screen and not just a particular window, so everything would be visible to us.
Deepak, can I just intervene? What email it to me. I'll open it for you from here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll open it for you. And by the time you do this, I'll speak to the audience. You take your time, no problem. We have a lot to learn from you. No problem, just relax. It's okay. Hi, everyone. So, internet has changed our lives. And there are so many ways in which we can reach out. Today, such a powerful event was possible thanks to the availability of internet. And it was never a part of our curriculum, our education. We're educating ourselves on an ongoing basis. And by the time you learn and master, there are so many new things available. With this summit, me and my team, we have learned so many new things. And there are so many possibilities that we have figured out. I want you to just put it in the comment box. What did you like so far about this summit? And whenever Dr. Deepa is ready, we will take it forward from there. Let her figure this out. Ritu saying everything. Okay. Okay, it's a great initiative. Thank you so much, Rivitya. Yeah. Just everything. Thank you so much. We are so inspired with whatever response you all are giving, and also from my team members as well as all the speakers, that we have decided to not in form of summit, but in form of a kind of a club where we regularly listen to various speakers and listen to a lot of experts, and also interact with each other, help each other, and keep these sessions going on. So we've come up with 2 months of plan to keep all of you engaged in a very constructive way where you continue learning, because we've received information, so much of information we've received over these 3 days, and there are a few more speakers coming up yet. And you need to learn to assimilate that also. And you need some time to make sure that you allow this to become a part of your life. And keeping that intent in mind, we have decided to extend this further for 2 months. I will put once again this link in the main WhatsApp group. We will also email you if you've officially registered through our websites. And also, I'm adding a link in the comment section. Don't go away. I'll just figure out the link and I'll add over here also. And it will also be on YouTube channel. And you'll be able to figure that out. Stay tuned, keep in touch, and let us be in touch so that we together keep growing. The idea is to make our society, our humanity, emotionally fit and feeling well, because there are several advantages of being emotionally sound. First is health, second is relationship, third is career, fourth is spiritual development, and many more. It's countless. I think let's make our emotions our strength and not our weakness. If emotions have become your weakness, let's learn to strengthen ourselves to an extent where we transcend our weakness and make our transformed emotions into a real strength. And that's the objective of this whole summit. I'm going to read some of the comments that I've got. Yeah. Okay, so Lakshmi says she liked a wide range of topics. Dr. Sunita Suri, she's one of the senior facilitators. She said, each session gave us some takeaway. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Apurva, initiative and lively. Thank you so much, Apurva. Geeta Arora, I have my daughter also in this journey. Thank you so much, Geeta. We have another direct message. I and my mother spent time together learning, and it was really a fun experience. So beautiful. Mother and daughter watching this together. I thought only 44 participants. There are more than that. Okay. We are getting a great knowledge like Radical in our doorsteps, and thank you so much. Thank you, Samina. Saliza. The effort to give us a varied mix of sessions from experts, and also the possibility of viewing it later if unable to attend. Yes, sure. The videos will be available. It may not be directly on YouTube, but we'll make sure that they are available, because we all deserve to listen to and re-listen to and refer to them time and again. So important to take care of our emotions in every aspect of our lives, yes. But in this is insightful and knowledge in every moment. Thank you so much. Very expensive or expansive. It would be, yeah, I guess it's expansive. Thank you so much. Also, we are really thrilled to have so much of inputs and so much of encouragement from all of you. If there are no listeners, the speakers do not like to speak, you know that. The active interaction makes so much of difference in the morale of each speaker. We've been live since 8 a.m. and there are still people watching and hanging around and interacting actively. And nothing can be more encouraging than that. Stay tuned at 4 o'clock. We have another session by Supriya Sahai. She is based in Hong Kong right now, actively works in Dubai as a corporate trainer and the career coach. She's also an author of a book called Internet Addiction in Children. And a lot to learn from her. She's going to be there at 4 o'clock and evening. Do not miss a session. I'm going to be live again talking about peace, bliss, and nirvana. And also Rajkumari ji will be presenting one more session on sound healing. Have I missed anyone?
I think Shilpa Khedekar on acupressure. I'm not too sure.
I will be talking on acupressure. And there's a lot to learn from her. She's been a very active facilitator teacher, and she's been presenting the acupressure tips and techniques on television. She was running regular show with her partner. So I think there's a lot more coming. Stay tuned and keep spreading the word. Let many people enjoy and learn from this. Next week, we will break down these videos, which are live since hours, we'll break down these videos into, the short, concise videos so that, you can refer topic-wise, because I know some people are interested in few topics and some people may not be interested in all the topics. So based on your interest, you can pick up the videos and view again. I would say watch them again and again, because there is a lot to learn through each speakers. And I can see that everyone has given their heart and soul in presenting all that they could give you. And I'm truly grateful to all of them and my team members, Sienna, Aarti, and the entire backend team. There we are. Okay, I'll just put back Deepa. Okay, Deepa Lakshmi, just give me a moment. I will I'll spotlight you. Just a second. We're good to go.
Yeah, are we, am I visible and am I audible and is the screen visible?
You're audible, yes, and you're visible. Your screen is visible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm extremely sorry for the mess.
Oh, don't worry. These are hiccups that we can't help.
Yeah, bad at technology, need to improve. Yeah. Okay, so let's start the topic de-addiction, and I just, okay, how do you go to the next slide? Oh. Yeah. So we were here, and yeah. So
Could you adjust the volume a little bit, or is it just me finding it low? Yeah,
I think I'm fine. Am I audible?
thank you.
Yeah. So a disorder, what is addiction, which we generally mean is a disorder that recurs and may be harmful to one's bodily, mental health, and social life. So to expand it a bit little, like, over a period of use of substances, we see there are some cravings necessary for it, which keep us putting us in a loop. There might be mental issues where a person can start stealing or fighting, and social life is also affected. It's an obsessive need to use something or act in a certain way despite the consequences.
And Dr. Deep Lakshmi, sorry again. I think it needs to be a little louder. I've got some comments on the chat asking for it to be louder.
Okay. Am I audible?
Little more, please.
I think this is the max.
Can you try using your headphones, maybe, if possible?
I'll just check it out. I think I'll.
No, you were very audible earlier, so I don't know. I mean, it was clear last time when you
Can I
started.
just,
Oh, go ahead. Don't worry.
Recording in progress.
So a disorder, a condition, I think I'll leave the other thing. A state in which a person persists in using a substance or acting in a certain way despite suffering detrimental effects in their own relationships, relationship with others, physical and mental health, and performance at school or work. A condition that can be managed and treated with proper medicines and psychological measures. So what are the types of addictions that we see? The behavioral, this type of addiction, which is depend on specific personalities, issues like gambling, behaviors, shopping, internet use, etc. And then we go to the substance dependence. This is a type of addiction which is depend on specific substances. These substances can be alcohol, smoking, as common as food also, which is easily available. Now, the physical the effects of addiction, which it affects our physical health. So we can lead to health issues like lung problems, heart diseases, liver problems in alcohol, which are certainly seen. Mental health problems are very common with addictions, with which the patient presents generally to us, to a psychiatrist. So there is a high risk of depression, anxiety. There will be agitated behavior also. Because of this behaviors that can be, it can lead to social problems as well. With when you need to buy substances, they might pray for there's over expenditure, which will lead to financial problems, which affects again which leads to legal problems as well in many instances. And there is of course increase of overdose, which can affect day-to-day activity. What are the risk factors that leads to addiction? Now, right now I'm talking clearly from the psychiatric point of view and the medicinal point of view, which we see. I'll later on come to the spiritual or the emotional and mental things. So what we see is the risk factors leading to addiction is genetics, which we say the most common one. Because if we see alcoholism runs in families, and even factors related to environment, like people in a certain areas or certain socioeconomic strata, there is like shared beliefs of having certain type of intoxicants, which is thought to be normal. Mental health issues, anxiety, depression are very common health issues, which can lead to addiction, wherein a person can just this addiction, this substances can give a temporary relief. Now there are many social factors also. Lack of education is one common thing. Easy access, like easy access, we say like food right now is very easily available in everyday's in everyone's house. If a person is anxious, he can just go to the kitchen, open the cupboard, take the whatever he needs to eat. So these are very common factor. Trauma, to suppress that anger, frustration. and early exposure of drugs also. So why a person can be addicted? So there is repeated exposure to the substances or actions causes brain altercations that make it more difficult to experience pleasure from everyday life, and which this pleasure gets activated whenever you see that substance, or you can smell it. Self-medication is one important thing. Stress, trauma, mental health issues, and family history are very common, which can lead to addictions, and also societal and cultural beliefs. So let's see how a person can, it starts generally with a simple, what do you call, let's try it out thing. So this can go on to a certain period. Like if a person is in a group, a person joins in college, and he or she wants to be in the group. And in that group, those people, the group of people are happy with, they love to drink or smoke. So to be belonged in that group, that person can try to smoke. Then suddenly over a period of time, yeah, that person start feeling better. Maybe it feels calmed down with that a puff. So at times of sudden stress, he can approach a cigarette, and that sudden stress can lead to anything which is, so that becomes a coping mechanism later on. And this repeated trigger of repetitive stress will lead to repetitive having of cigarettes, and which can form a habit and lead to addiction. So this forms a vicious cycle. So how it starts, as I said, it's like, let's try it out. Let's see what happens. And then you start experimenting more things. So what makes you feel better? And the regular use and this leads to a regular usage. And one fine day, a person can be dependent on it and addiction occurs. So let us go to the very basics of our mental health. We all know about the conscious mind and the subconscious mind, right? So, so what does the conscious mind? We all know it. It is used for short-term memory, logical thinking, focus, reasoning, and it has a set of rules, which we commonly call as the left brain people, and the subconscious mind, which is connected to our long-term memory, creativity, emotions and feelings, intuitions, habits, and experiences. So what happens is, why a person cannot come out of these addictions. It's a person likes ice creams, okay, or a person. Let's talk about food addiction at this point, which is very common. It's a person is treated with diabetes or has increased so much of weight that he is put on a weight loss program. So first day, the doctor mentions him, okay, you have to have a weight management thing. You have to reduce your weight to certain aspect. And so he's like very dedicated and goes home. And on the table, there is some sweet. So the first thing, experience, that experience is stored in the subconscious, which comes up, okay, this ice cream is yummy. I want to have this sweet. But the rule is the conscious mind says, no, you're not going to have this ice cream or this sweet. So you have to maintain that. The second day he comes, he sees something else on the table, and he's like, the first experience comes up. And later on, but the rule is again there it becomes weak. And again, the third day, fourth day, it goes on. And on the fourth or fifth day, he just says, okay, what is the harm in trying a bit of this food or the sweet? And that is where the rule breaks down. Okay. And this is where our healing modalities like hypnotherapy, radical, helps us to modify these experiences. So for example, if a person is very happy eating chocolates, when a person is having stress, and most of us, even I have done at one point, we'll just go and grab a bar of chocolate and we'll finish it off full and then feel guilty. So instead of that, we can change and modify this program. Okay, one small piece of chocolate can make you feel happy. So that is where we can use these therapies for us. And as I said, all these emotions are stored in the subconscious mind: the anger, unloved feeling, rejection, frustration, boredom, joy, happiness, love. So there are various folders which are there in our subconscious mind. So the common thing why I pointed this out is, if a person is at times angry, there is a fight. So what we do is we will just go, say for example, if I'm talking about food or a cigarette, so we'll just go out and the person can have a puff of a cigarette. So what are we actually doing? We are suppressing that anger or that rejection or that frustration. So instead of like suppressing this, we need to address these emotions. So just like how I discussed, the conscious mind will make a rule to quit smoking, but the subconscious mind is the experience is so beautiful that we need to continue smoking. Okay, so little bit. So how do we address? Yeah, so what are the treatments here? Is first, as a psychiatrist, as a doctor, we would advise a patient to be for hospitalization and rehabilitation, wherein various aspects of the drug substance use, not just smoking, but also we have other uses of opium or into other intoxicants, alcohol, which needs immediate hospitalization. There, we also give medicines which can replace the substance. For example, for smoking, we have these patches. So this is like nicotine patches. We reduce the usage, the amount of nicotine, and that's how we use. But again, we are replacing it. We are not completely taking it out of the system. The other thing is psychotherapists and behavioral therapists are very useful in these type of patients. Now, the beauty is, as a psychiatrist, we have been practicing hypnotherapy, radical healing, which has given us amazing results. And I think we almost all should try these things out instead of not just going for the regular line of treatment. Now, how hypnotherapy works is, one, I said, like, we modify the rules. And radical is such an amazing modality where you can address your voids with ease. So you don't have to be really under trance or something. Just by proper communication and things like that, it has helped me. So I will just tell you a few examples about how therapies have helped me. So there was this lady who was having cigarettes, almost 20 cigarettes a day for 18 to 20 years. And of course, we are working on many factors. And so one fine day she comes to me, okay, I'm done with it. I have a 4-year-old son. And he just told me, Mama, what do you go and do in that room every time you are there and you do something? And she saw him one day doing some action like this. So that was the day which she looked around and she said, I want to quit smoking. I was like, okay. So with the help of this modalities, the alternative modalities which we use, we did a session on her. And I can tell you proudly, it's 1 year, she hasn't touched even one cigarette. In between, she used to come and tell me, ma'am, I don't feel anything about it. And even if somebody is smoking, there is no craving at all. I say that's a good sign that you are doing it. So, and there is one more example about a person who was on alcohol, and he was, because of his alcohol problem, he had a lot of problems regarding his work, relationships. And one fine day he comes and tells me, okay, I'm done with all of it and I want to have a good, happy life. That is where we started with his therapies. And first day we did a session on him. Next time he comes to me, he's like, okay, I went to the bar. I ordered a glass of whiskey, a peg of whiskey, and then I just went out. I didn't drink it. So that is where, and after the 2-3 sessions, he's completely, and I think it's almost 5-6 years, he's not touched alcohol till then. So okay. So I think it's hanged up and I'm not able to change the screen. Anyway, it's all over now. So if there are any questions or something, please let me know. I think there's some problem. Yeah. I think I'm done with the presentation, Atman. So if anybody has any questions.
That's okay. Now, what you do is just stop sharing the screen for some time.
Yeah.
Perfect. They might want to see you more than your presentation. So that's a natural, we're getting a hint that you speak to people.
Possible.
So have a lovely interaction. I'm just opening up the possibility of them speaking directly to you. Let's have conversation. There's so much to learn from you. Let's grab this opportunity. Okay, so guys, speak to her directly. It would be nice if you raise your hand and then we let you speak. If there are too many people, if just a couple of few questions, I'm sure Dr. Deepa will handle it well. Dr. Deepa, I have a question. How do you handle addiction to healing and spirituality?
Yeah, so thank you, Atman, for this question. So, as I said, like I started my journey in medicine, I did psychiatry. And when I was doing psychiatry, I realized medicines will work to a certain limit. So if I say I am getting 95% of the result, what I'm expected. So similarly with addictions, what was happening is like, people would go back. You put a person in rehabilitation center. And then, of course, there is a lot at most of them, there is aggression against the parents or the people who put that person into rehab. So they would go back again and start their addictions. So spirituality, this therapies help me to find the voids, to guide the patients to find their voids, and it allowed them to come out of these addictions with ease. So they need to find, we need to find what is missing in them.
I see. I also come across people who eventually get addicted to therapies, their own therapies.
Yeah. Very common.
Yeah. And meditation also becomes an addiction rather than a constructive way of, evolving.
Right.
That's what I observe occasionally, not always, but it does happen.
Yes. So again, your therapies, it's again a dependency becomes a void. A person who's dependent, constantly dependent on someone to lean on, to cling on, that becomes the necessity. So we need to address that void of dependency, that emotional dependency, physical dependency. Ki, okay, there is someone to hold my hand on. So once we address this void, it becomes easier. I did have certain people with that feeling. They would every week they would come up and I'm like, boss, you need to understand, you have to take care of yourself. I can guide you to a certain limit. Beyond that, you have to take charge of your life.
I have one question for you, Dr. Deeplakshmi. I saw in your presentation that there was something mentioned about food as an addiction. Could you talk a bit about that? Because we have always thought of food as, comfort and nourishment. How can that be associated with addiction?
Yeah. So food is a very potent addiction. Why I say that is easily available. As I mentioned, the things which are easily available are very highly, we think it's that can't help us. Like we take things for granted. So we think that cannot take us to the level of addiction. What happens is for example, again, there's a fight at home, and it's more common with the ladies. Of course, men are not equally there into the ratio. So a person is angry and he just goes to the kitchen, and it's easily available. You open the fridge, you have a tub of ice cream, and that person can suppress that anger with that tub of ice cream. Or a person is bored. So what do we do at home? Easily watch TV. So social addiction, social media addiction is very common. So similarly with food, food is easily available, which leads to this repeated behavior and consecutive fights. Okay, what is, as you rightly said, it's a comfort food. So comfort can become an addiction. So I think I've answered it. Is there anything on that?
That has been a very interesting point of view. I've never thought about it that way. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Deep Lakshmi. I wanted to inquire that, like sometimes addiction leads to obsession also. How do you deal with it as a healer?
Obsession, what, which kind of obsession are you talking about? Like, can you
obsession of, being in that state, he gets comfortable, and, like so much that if you are trying to put in some thing into his head, they don't want to leave that state. They're very comfortable in that state. And they want to get back to that state. And that's why they are addictive to substances or whatever.
So anything, as I said, it's an experience. Okay. When I'm eating food, I love this food. If I'm eating ice cream, I love the ice cream. The experience is stored there in your subconscious. Right? So every time I eat food, every time I'm eating ice cream, that experience is triggered. Every time I see a tub of ice cream, that experience is triggered. So every time a person is seeing his friends fagging, smoking, that experience is triggered, because that is a good, pleasant experience for that person. So to avoid certain things, as for example, anger or unload feeling, to avoid certain emotions, to face certain emotions, a person can mask these emotions, these feelings, with something which gives them a pleasurable experience. So that's why they are stuck into the obsession of being in that high phase.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
In the chat, there are some. How does one know that one is getting addicted to something? How do our thoughts affect our mental health?
Yeah, how do we know that someone is getting addicted? Is like, again, when a person is, there is certain boundaries which we make, certain social restrictions, or so certain societal norms, I would say, behavioral changes. So when a substance or a thing is harmful to you or others, it becomes an addiction. So for example, one potent example is food. So we keep on eating food. I'm hungry. Even if a person is full, has a proper meal, and again you still feel hungry, that means you're piling on extra calories, and most of the time these addictive foods are extra calories and zero nutrients. So obviously this is going to be harmful for you at certain time. And another thing which is very common is smoking. Smoking is also going to be harmful to you and for others. The latest example which I think we all are facing in our house day to day, thanks to COVID, is media, TV, mobiles. So these are also potent. So what are we doing? We are simply wasting our time in doing something which is not giving out some creative results. A person is bored, he will just open up his WhatsApp, and then you go to Netflix, then you go to some other thing, and then you lose out on a lot of time. So you're sabotaging, or you are it's harmful for your career or your relationships. That's how we know that it's coming into addiction.
How do our thoughts affect our mental health?
How do our thoughts? Okay. So the basic things, what is taught in Radical also. So we have thoughts, and everything that happens in our universe, we only manifest at certain level. So we have emotions. So every thought, whatever has happened in a life at certain level, say for example, something good has happened in a life, so we feel happy about it. Something traumatic has happened, so we feel sad about it, or angry, frustrated, depending upon the situation. Now these are the feelings which are associated with all the situations. So whatever thing you think, even at this moment, say that thing has occurred 10 years back, 20 years back, 30 years back, you can still feel that emotion. Okay, now this feeling, when it manifests in our body, the physiological changes which occurs in our body due to this feeling is emotion. Now emotion is nothing but energy in motion. So every time you think of a sad event, so you are activating that sadness that settles in your cells. So every time you think of a sad event, you are giving charge, you are taking that charge, and one fine day this emotion manifest, it settles on a physical manifestation. So what are physical manifestations? Your body, your relationships, and money, finances. So these eventually affect on these physical manifestations, and that is where the problem starts. So if this thing has happened 20 years back and yesterday some event has happened, so that triggers this particular emotion, and it manifests in the form of an illness in the body, disease. When you're not at ease with your thoughts, it's disease. When you start seeing problems in relationships, this is where somewhere we have created it unconsciously at certain level. So this is how it manifests in our body and our mind. This is how the thoughts work.
Yeah, I think thank you for answering. Thank you.
Anything else? Like,
yeah, I think we've covered most of the questions. How do they contact you if they need to?
yeah, I was actually trying to that screen that slide is not opening.
No problem. Just give your Instagram handle or something.
Yeah,
But
it's Dr. Deep Lakshmi, the same spellings. Please, Dr. Deep Lakshmi, and every Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, it's the same.
okay, wonderful. Yeah, Sena, over to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Deep Lakshmi. You've given us such an awareness about addiction, and with a very simple and useful explanation. Thank you so much.
Thank
I'm
you.
sure we've all benefited and we've all agreed that this was a very easy to understand presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we are all learning and doing our best with technology. So our initial
Sorry for the mess up.
problem, that was fine. Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, would you like to make some announcement for the evening before we leave, Sienna?
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to thank everyone for staying on this morning. The morning sessions were really fruitful and eye-openers for all of us. We come back at 4, and we would love to see you again with topics on emotional wellness for digital and screen addiction, something that we all are facing in our households, with our children, ourselves. Okay, so Dr. Supriya Sahai will be there at 4, followed by Shilpa Khedekar talking on acupressure and sujok for emotional wellness. She's at 7 o'clock. And Dr. Atman Parmar with emotional wellness for peace, bliss, and nirvana, something we all are looking forward to at 8:15. We end with Rajkumari Saharia with our sound healing and chakra affirmations like she's been doing for the past 2 days. And we hope to see you all again. Thank you so much.
Thank you and have a great Sunday lunch. Enjoy. And if you're abroad, enjoy your, rest time. See you at 4 p.m.
Yeah,
Thank
Dr. Deeplakshmi has posted her
Yeah.
name and details. Yeah.
TRTIPLAS.
LAKSHMI.
Okay, thank you.